A warning before you listen.
What you are about to hear is not meant for children, nor for the faint of heart. This is an unfiltered retelling of ancient myths, told as they were born, raw, violent, unsoftened. Expect scenes of brutality, curses that linger, betrayals that reshape fate, and a hunger for power that shows no mercy. These myths were never meant to lull children to sleep. They were forged in blood, shadow, and fire. So ask yourself, are you ready to hear them as they were first told? Sources and references can be found in the episode description.
Part 2. From the Titan War Saga, The Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Chapter 61. Ashes of Battle. When war ends, the curse begins. Wounds don't heal in a day. They're passed down, like inheritance. The ash still coats the ground as if the war didn't end, but simply crawled into the skin to sleep. Footsteps echo across ruins, and no one can tell if they're walking on bones or on confessions. Breaths leave broken chests, not shattered, just never healed. Years have passed, but this land still holds pain, like a mountain holds the memory of a coming quake. The sky no longer screams, but it hasn't stopped watching, and the mountains? They no longer shake. Yet deep inside, they tremble. As for the gods, each now Zeus, he hides behind a thunderbolt that no longer sparks, as if he's chosen to become the lightning during this silence. Unseen, untouched, uninterpreted, still alive, but with eyes shattered by the last image he saw, the sun collapsing. Poseidon, he's no longer lord of the seas. He's a prisoner of his own tides. He dives not to rule, but to escape. He strikes the water as if begging the ocean to forget him. Every wave confesses something, but no one is listening. Hades? He doesn't move, doesn't speak, doesn't vanish. He is simply there. As if the underworld had chosen two eyes to hide behind. He watches, not to command, but to witness, as though death has chosen, for the first time, to watch life unfold. The world is no longer a world. It's a crack in the story of time. Some villages experience years in a single night. Others are trapped in a single moment that refuses to die. Voices are heard before they're spoken. Victims fall before they are struck. It's as if Cronus's curse still lingers, but it has put down its sword and chosen instead to rewrite the laws of time. And in a place with no name, beneath a black stone that hasn't moved since the sky itself fell, 3 cyclopes hammer metal each day and cast it into fire, sword after sword, spear after spear, but nothing satisfies them. No one knows what they want, or why they don't stop. But each time they fail, they draw closer to the thing no one dares to touch. Some say this silence feels like someone forging a weapon, meant only for vengeance. And in the cave of fire, where nothing stays the same, the eagles that once fell have returned, torn wings, shattered faces, but their eyes still burn. Erebus gathers them. She looks upon them without pity and says, "You were not born to fly. You were born to fall and rise again." Then she shuts the gate of fire behind them and says, "Whoever was not born from flame is unworthy of being struck by lightning." In the temple below, where the flame does not glow but bleeds, Hestia sits before Hades. She says, "We've lost the earth," he replies, flames flickering across his face, without burning it, "but we haven't lost what lies beneath it." She says, "Zeus is alive, but he no longer sees himself." And he answers, rising as if his resurrection needs no permission, "Then we'll make him see." She goes silent. He walks away, but the fire they left behind did not go out. It watched. And somewhere, on an ancient wall that hasn't listened in ages, the stones pulsed. No one spoke. But those who later passed through that place swore they felt something breathing, in the ashes, as if the lightning had not died, but was simply waiting to be summoned. Chapter 62. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Years of humiliation when silence becomes a curse, the god who hasn't yet been born, and the brothers who died while still breathing. The wind that blows across the ruins of the citadel doesn't carry cold, it carries a quiet question no one dares to ask. Every grain of dust feels like it carries a confession too dangerous to be written. Every wall breathes a name, but no one dares to speak it. Years have passed, but not the kind known to mortals. These were years made of something else, years measured in fear, silence, and regrets, that only speak when the soul collapses. No thunder, no lightning, not even dreams. The sky is now a dried-out ink, and the earth? It writes messages no one can read. The Titans didn't just return as invaders, they came back as masters, owners of the land. Hyperion raised a new sun to the center of the sky, a sun that never sets, never dims. But its light brings no warmth. It strips the skin, as if light itself decided to punish those who once believed in it. Atlas no longer fights in the battlefield. He hurls mountains at villages. He lifts elevation itself and crushes the poor who once hung an image of Zeus above their doors. Creus drove his blade into the earth's heart and declared, "From here we will count every breath, and whoever breathes without permission will die without reason." Zeus? He hasn't been seen. He vanished into a place untouched even by prayer. He speaks no words. He screams no storms. He doesn't flash. He is alive, but the lightning inside him no longer flickers. It hides, ashamed, tucked between his fingers. His arm no longer lifts, not because it was broken, but because it no longer believes in what it once held. Poseidon? He dissolved. His majesty melted into a sea that no longer remembers him. He was the god of the deep. Now, even the ocean has rejected him. He strikes the water, not to stir waves, but to silence the scream buried inside his chest. Every wave calls his name, but no one answers. He punishes himself, because death never came for him. Hades? Hades was the only one who moved, but he said nothing. He sends spirits no one recognizes, as if death is testing prototypes before unleashing them upon the world. He doesn't fight, he doesn't seek revenge. He counts. Every curse, every sin, every nameless grave. He records them, as if the underworld has opened its ledger. And in the eagle's camp, no one flies. The sky is still there, but it's become a shattered ceiling of glass. No songs, no soaring, only scorched wings and blades too tired to lift. The new commander speaks nothing. He carries a broken sword, a crack more eloquent than any command. One soldier said, at dawn, "I don't need wings to fight. I need a dignity that doesn't dissolve." But this era buries dignity in the pockets of soldiers and snaps it in half at the first moment of silence. Chapter 63. The Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. On the cursed mountain, where fire no longer burns, for the skin has grown too used to it, the three Cyclopes never stopped forging weapons. No one dared ask them why. Their faces were scorched with fury, and their single eyes looked not at the world around them, but into another time, a time they had escaped from, yet remained shackled to. They weren't trying to save the world, nor were they crafting to please anyone. They were crafting for vengeance, not vengeance against Kronos alone, but against themselves for a failure they had never been forgiven. In the first war, they had forged the divine weapons, Zeus's thunderbolt, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helmet of invisibility. They thought those would be enough. They believed they had struck the iron with enough fury that lightning alone could shatter the sickle. But they were wrong. The sickle remained. Time did not fall, and the defeat, the shame, wore their names, whether anyone spoke it or not.
Since that day, since their brother fell, hundred-handed Gyges, who had once protected them in the pits of Tartarus, who had shielded them from insult and cold, who had once borne their chains himself, they had not known peace. From the moment Gyges turned to ash, the three had not paused. Every morning they struck iron, melted metal, then tossed it aside, forged swords, then shattered them, sketched spears, then burned them with their own hands. It wasn't creation they sought. It was retribution. Years passed. They asked nothing, answered no one, stopped for nothing. Some whispered, "These are not smiths. This is a grave, boiling over." But the truth? They weren't hammering metal. They were hammering rage. Each strike came from deep beneath their skin, from memories that refused to die, from chains, from screams, from a brother's death they could not mourn. When anyone dared ask, "What are you making?" they stayed silent. Until one day, an old man arrived, blind, but he walked as if the ground remembered him. His face was burnt, yet he didn't hide it.
He stood before them without fear and said, "What are you doing here? You've ruined hundreds of blades. Are you punishing the iron?" The Cyclopes lifted their heads. For the first time they spoke. "We're trying to forge something like the sickle." The old man fell silent, then stepped forward and sat as if opening a book made of fire. "The sickle," he said. "You're trying to forge the sickle?" Their hands trembled with fury. One of them said, "Kronos didn't kill our brother. The sickle did." The old man laughed, but it wasn't mockery. It sounded like someone finally admitting something to himself. "So you understand," he said, "but no one told you the truth." He placed his burned hand on the anvil. "That sickle, it wasn't made from iron. And all you have," he looked at them, "is iron." One of them asked, voice cracked and dry like smoldering ash, "Then what was it made from? What kind of metal can defeat gods?" The old man closed his eyes, as if scorched by memory itself. "No metal, no stone, no fire," he whispered. "It was made from something alive, something that pulses, something that hurts before you touch it." He paused, then lowered his voice like someone handing over a secret from the dawn of time. "That sickle, it wasn't forged in a workshop, not by 1,000 hands. It took 100,000 hands, striking all at once, and even then it wasn't enough. The iron screamed, hammers broke, until they understood. Power alone does not create tyrants. The heart does. A heart that beats not with mercy, but with eternity." He looked up. The sickle was baptized with a drop of something unspeakable, something that lies in the heart of Gaia, not blood, not water, not fire, but a fourth thing, a drop drawn only from the silence that comes before creation. The three Cyclopes raised their eyes. For a moment they forgot the fire that burned them. One of them asked, as if shedding an old skin, "What is the heart of Gaia?" The old man did not answer. He turned his back, walked away, and as he disappeared into shadow, he said, "When you find out what it is, the iron will stop betraying you." Elsewhere, in a temple whose doors never closed, Hestia sat across from Hera. The silence was thick, less like air, more like something being pulled from between their ribs. Hestia said, "How many nights have we slept? while the sky screamed. Hera answered, "We don't sleep. We hide inside our own skins." Hestia's voice trembled, like a stone afraid of falling. "Where is Zeus?" Hera replied, "He's not here, because the god we need hasn't been born yet." In the farthest corner no one moved, yet a sound could be heard, heavy footsteps. No one knew if they belonged to a soldier or to a thunderbolt looking for its master. Then the wind whispered, "Years of humiliation, they do not kill gods, but they do create something else, something that no longer belongs to any age." Chapter 64. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the secret of the sickle, the question that must never be spoken. A weapon is not forged from fire, but from something that only reveals itself to those who've stood at the edge of burning. The old man had vanished into the shadows, yet his voice remained, lingering like smoke that refuses to leave the lungs. The three young Cyclopes stood silent, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, frozen, as if the iron around them too was waiting for the answer. Moments passed, then came footsteps, old, slow, like the mountain itself had begun to breathe again. The old man returned. He carried nothing, but the weight in his eyes was heavier than anvils, and without looking at them, he said, "I did not return out of pity, but because the three of you, alone, dared to ask the one question no one ever asks." He sat on a black stone, staring into the embers as if reading from a book never written. They said nothing, but their eyes, three flames of grief, asked every question at once. And when the silence settled, the old man spoke, not as a storyteller, but as someone extracting fire from a chest sealed for centuries. He stared into the coals as if seeing faces no living being could see. "Before Zeus was born, before Kronos had a name, there was someone who forged the weapon that broke time itself." Silence. Then he leaned closer and whispered, like a breath of ash, "That weapon was not a sword. It was something that cannot be repeated. That sickle was not melted from metal, not summoned from flame. It was made from something the eyes cannot see. A drop, a living drop. Not blood, not water, but something that pulses. A blind creature of essence that chooses who may wield it." Their eyes widened. Brontes, Sterops, Arges. One of them spoke, half ash, half flame. "What is it? Where did it come from?" The old man's voice slowed and sharpened. "It comes from the heart of Gaia, from where the earth sleeps and weeps without tears. A single drop from there can forge a weapon that cannot be broken, cannot be turned away, and does not belong to any time." He looked at them, long and deep, then said, "That sickle was not made by one hand, nor 1,000, nor even 100,000. I was one of those who forged it. We were 100,000 all striking the same stone, and we made nothing until the drop fell. And when it did, the hammer became a heart, the anvil became the sky, and the sickle became a curse that walks on two legs." He stepped back, as if sealing a forgotten verse of an ancient poem, then added, almost singing, "But if you seek the drop, descending won't be enough. The path is not a path. It is a wound. The earth will gasp fire, and every door behind you will close. He paused, then stepped close, each word burning like coal, and when you reach the place, nothing will be given. Instead, you will be asked a question that cannot be spoken, cannot be written, cannot even be thought aloud. A question, if you do not know the answer, you will not die. You will be forgotten by the earth, by time, by everything that might one day remember your name. The three raised their heads, but the old man had vanished again. Only his words remained, like the final hammer still echoing inside each of their chests. Chapter 65. From the Titan War. Clash of weapons in the fall of time. Gaia's heart. When silence speaks. The journey toward the drop that changes everything. They raised their heads, but the old man had vanished. Only his words remained, like the last hammer blow echoing through their chests. They could have turned back. They could have fled. They could have told themselves it was all just myth. But they didn't. They stood still, as if the earth itself was holding her breath, waiting for their answer. Then they saw it. A faint scorch mark carved into the stone, as if an ember had walked there 1,000 years ago and left behind a trail that no mouth could name. Brontes stepped forward first. He reached out, and the stone burned his skin. But the pain didn't stop him. It made him smile, like someone who had finally found the road he was meant to bleed on. Stirapes followed, dragging with him a storm of fury that had been waiting to erupt. And Argus? He didn't hesitate. He descended with a whisper. If this weapon is never born, then let everything else in me die. They followed the ember trail, not because they had to walk, but because something inside them had chosen to never return. When they reached a fissure, where the rocks exhaled smoke too old to see, Brontes said, though his lips did not move, "We never asked for this path, but we were made to carve it." And so they descended, led not by their feet, but by their hearts. It wasn't a path, it was a wound, as if the earth had reopened an ancient gash and decided to swallow those who didn't know how to scream. No torches, no maps, only a hatred burning in their bones since the day their brother was slaughtered in a square that knew no justice. Every step peeled a year off their skin. Every rock whispered back the agony of unheard voices. The air didn't relieve, it strangled. The light wasn't fading, it was being exiled. And the deeper they went, the more it felt like time itself was vomiting a piece of history no one wanted to remember. They saw faces etched into the walls, in dried blood, not the faces of gods, but of those who had screamed as the first weapon was forged. They heard the murmurs of mothers, whose children were never born. They saw the long shadow of a sickle, moving without a body. But still, they did not stop. At the end of the tunnel, at what some call the edge of the pulse, the three stood before a stone bleeding a green vapor, a mist with no scent, but anyone who inhaled it would forget who they were. They knelt, not in surrender, but as if the earth had forced them to shrink, to squeeze into a crack unfit for those who survived. Then the rocks trembled, but not in the outside, inside their chests. Something cracked, and they saw themselves, not as others saw them, but as they had never dared look. Children running through temples, men trying to forge weapons from grief, brothers who couldn't cry, but knew the flavor of ash. And then the voice came. It wasn't a voice, it was a quake, as if the old world had decided to speak for the first time, and she appeared. Gaia, No body, no face, just a mass of pulsating earth, a green fracture that had no end. She spoke, her voice like a question that refuses to be answered. You come seeking the drop, the one that's sliced through time, the one that is never given but judged? Steropes answered, his breath exhaling sparks. We did not come to ask, we came to pay. She replied, And what makes you think you have a price? Argus spoke then, his voice dripping like an open wound. Because we've suffered, and our brother died, while we still breathe. The ground began to change. The light was no longer fire. It was a scream too ancient to name. A wind rose, not cold, not stirring dust, but freezing hearts in place, and then the drop emerged. It wasn't liquid, and it wasn't flame. It was a living thing, its pulse not heard by the ear, but felt in the bone. It circled them, smelled them, then entered. But not their bodies, their souls. It embedded itself in their chests, like a question that can never be spoken. And then, an echo carved itself into their bones. What you take is not a gift. It is a debt, and all who bear this secret will either burn or become fire. From that moment forward, iron feared being struck, and their hands were no longer the hands of makers, but of a verdict not yet spoken. Chapter 66. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The Return of Ember, when iron finds its maker again. 100,000 hands and a drop from the Mother of Time, forging what was never meant to be born. They weren't climbing out of the depths. They were being torn from the flesh of shame. As if the earth had chosen to gift them not redemption, but a promise, far too long delayed. With every layer of stone they passed, something was ripped from their bones, the face of their brother Gaia's, crushed under Atlas's scream, the hand that failed to stop the betrayal, and the cry they never released, still burning inside them like a volcano denied its eruption. The drop that chose their hearts wasn't a blessing, it was a second heartbeat, one that reshaped what had never been born. When it embedded itself into their chests, it said, If you betray me, you will not die. You will walk as the dead among those who believed you were their saviors. They emerged from the deep, faces scorched, but eyes dripping with clarity that wasn't seen, it was felt in the air. The night had already died along the edges of the sky, and when the fires saw them, they didn't flare, they bowed. Brontes approached the embers and cast in the first piece of iron. It wasn't metal, but the remains of a blade no one had ever dared to forge. He said nothing, but the fire screamed. Steropes followed, then Armies, each throwing their grief into the blaze, and never looking back. By the time dawn's first paleness broke, the hammers were falling, and for the first time in thousands of years, the mountain trembled, not because someone roared, but because silence was no longer enough. The first strike wasn't a hammer, it was the announcement of something older than time finding its voice again. They came from everywhere, the Cyclopes, who had removed their armor and vanished, who had buried their tongues with their brothers in Tartarus, who believed the art of forging died with the first scream. None of them asked, "Who are you?" because the hammer answered. The old man stood at the mouth of the mountain. He didn't shout, but everyone around him went still. He raised his hand, blistered and burned, and said, "These are not lords. They are the ones who carry the guilt the gods abandoned. Gaia fed them a drop not of water, but of reckoning, and they are the ones who will drive the hammer toward what was never meant to be struck." Then he pointed at the drop pulsing in their chests and whispered, "It didn't sleep. It was waiting for this fire." 100,000 hammers were prepared. Rows upon rows of smiths and cyclopes stood, each 100 men to strike a single blow. This wasn't labor, it was ritual. Every drop of sweat burned before it hit the ground. Every heartbeat of fire waited to be swallowed by someone who would not scream. And in one corner, a hammer was set apart, not like the others. It was called the hammer of bone. It could only be lifted by one who had crossed through agony and stayed silent. It was the hammer for the first strike, and if it flinched, the war would delay 1,000 years. Each weapon forged was infused with a fragment of the drop, not to give it power, but to imprison within it a promise. Steropes, eyes locked on the iron, said, "We will not forge a sword. We are forging the first scream. That belongs to no name." And when the final hammer fell, and every chest exhaled as if reborn, the three stood before the fire. They said nothing. But the flame behind them blazed, as if listening to words not yet spoken. Then came the voice of the old man, not shaking the earth, but grounding it. "Prepare yourselves. The weapons have awakened, and the sky waits for the hand that will strike it without trembling." And then he whispered, to no one but himself, "Even iron does not yet know whom it will obey."
Chapter 67. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time, the slumber of Zeus when lightning flees from itself. Nothing unsettles a god, except seeing himself in a way he never wished to be seen. The wound wasn't in his chest, it was in the gaze, that once saw everything and now trembled when it dared look inward. Zeus, the god who made winds shudder at his name, whose raised brow could bend mountains in reverence, had become a whisper, not out of reverence, but out of fear that saying it aloud might awaken a ghost. Years passed, not silent years, but years in which thunder dared not roar his name. Years in which Zeus wasn't absent, but hidden. Behind the echo of who he used to be, beneath a mountain with no name, unmarked on any map, he chose a cave where no light entered, where even time didn't dare ask why he came. He hadn't fled, but he hadn't faced anything either. He sat there, not as a god waiting, but as a soul too proud to admit it no longer knew what it wanted from itself.
The thunderbolt lay beside him, silent, not dead, but dormant. A shard of fire that glared back at him, as if whispering with every glance, "I haven't changed. You're the one who's forgotten how to hold me." He dreamed of screaming, but no sound came out. He saw his brothers crushed, cities devoured beneath the feet of Kronos, the Titans laughing, while he reached out, only for the sky to recoil as if rejecting its own child. Then, one night, he woke, not from a sound, but from a thought. A single thought he had never heard from anyone. You weren't defeated by Kronos. You were defeated by lightning, when it no longer looked like you. He stood slowly, every bone in him aching with memories. He placed his hand on the thunderbolt. It didn't ignite, but it pulsed. In that pulse, there was no fire, but a call. Something from beneath the skin, from a heart not yet named, whispered, "Rise. Time is suffocating. You are being awaited." He didn't hear words. He felt something like them. A chill. Then heat, as if someone was breathing into his chest, trying to rekindle what had once been divine. Outside, the sky was empty, but it listened. He stepped forward, heavy-footed, as if each step erased a year of running. The air changed, the earth opened, not to surrender, but to witness. Everything was silent, except his soul. The thunderbolt remained in his hand, no longer a weapon, but a mirror. And as he crossed the final shadow of the cave, the mountain whispered to itself. The lightning was never gone. It was merely asleep, inside the memory of its bearer. A chill, then heat, as if someone was breathing into his chest, trying to rekindle what had once been divine. Outside, the sky was empty, but it listened. He stepped forward, heavy-footed, as if each step erased a year of running. The air changed, the earth opened, not to surrender, but to witness. Everything was silent, except his soul. The thunderbolt remained in his hand, no longer a weapon, but a mirror. And as he crossed the final shadow of the cave, the mountain whispered to itself. The lightning was never gone, it was merely asleep, inside the memory of its bearer. Chapter 68. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. The fury of the depths, when the sea speaks without permission. The sea does not betray, but when it goes silent, it has already chosen. Since the scream of war was extinguished, Poseidon had not been a god. He was merely a body adrift, floating over waters that no longer called him their lord. He didn't weep, but he turned the oceans into salt, so sharp, so bitter, even the seaweed recoiled from touching him. He sat upon a submerged rock, battered endlessly by waves. Below him, a world drowned in the thunder of silence. Above him, a sky that refused to send lightning or even a glance of pity. The trident lay by his side, but it no longer looked like a weapon. It was a relic now, still unlit, as if it doubted him as much as he doubted himself. He whispered, staring at his own hands. These hands that once commanded tides, that shattered the floodgates of creation. Why do they now tremble, like someone begging for forgiveness? Anyone who passed through his seas knew something had changed. The whales circled but did not approach. The depths no longer called to him. The currents ignored his voice. Even the rocks beneath him began to bleed salt. But then, he began to hear something, not from outside, not from within, but from somewhere in between. A voice not spoken, not whispered, but pressing on his bones like a wave carved for his very soul. You are not without a trident. It is your trident that no longer recognizes you. One night, between shiver and shadow, he felt the currents shift, not pushing him, but guiding him. He didn't know where, but his body began to move, not from command, but from something calling, as though the seabed itself had just opened its eye for the first time in an age. I don't need a weapon that pierces. I need one that reshapes the water itself. I don't need a tool to wield. I need to be born when I hold it. He stood, stared into the ocean, and whispered as if calling to the version of himself buried deep. I wasn't made to dive. I was made to drown. And then he dove, not to flee, but to erupt, not from outside, not from within, but from somewhere in between. A voice not spoken, not whispered, but pressing on his bones like a wave carved for his very soul. You are not without a trident. It is your trident that no longer recognizes you. One night, between shiver and shadow, he felt the currents shift, not pushing him, but guiding him. He didn't know where, but his body began to move, not from command, but from something calling, as though the seabed itself had just opened its eye for the first time in an age. I don't need a weapon that pierces. I need one that reshapes the water itself. I don't need a tool to wield. I need to be born when I hold it. He stood, stared into the ocean, and whispered, as if calling to the version of himself buried deep. I wasn't made to dive. I was made to drown. And then he dove, not to flee, but to erupt. He dove until he heard a voice, not from the sea, but from beneath it. As though something was waiting, as though something ancient was being forged, in the dark, just for him. And in depths he had never reached before, he finally heard what no god had ever spoken aloud. Your return is not for you. It is for those whose screams were never heard when they drowned, and they will rise with you, but in a new shade of flood. He dove deeper, and the darkness began to smile. Chapter 69, from the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The doubt of Hades, when the underworld hesitates. Death fears nothing, except that which cannot die. The underworld wasn't dark, it was too quiet, a silence that didn't feel like peace, but like the stillness of a beast just before it strikes. Upon a throne carved from the vertebrae of time, Hades sat, hand resting on his chin, eyes locked on a flame that refused to burn, as if waiting for him to decide whether he would remain its master or merely a shadow that ash remembers. I am the lord of those who never return. Then why can't I leave? He whispered it, as if debating a curse lodged in his own ribs. He had not been defeated. He had not broken. No blade had pierced him. And yet, something inside him was crumbling, as if one single moment, the moment Cronus raised the sickle before him, shattered something no time could mend. I didn't flee, but I didn't strike either, and that is worse than defeat. In the realm of the dead, no one speaks, but the shadows had begun to stare, as if awaiting his collapse. Even the howls of the damned had faded. Even the fire was growing cold. He rose from his throne. His steps no longer made the earth tremble. His voice, when he muttered to himself, echoed back with hollow defiance from the cave walls. I don't want a helm that merely hides me. I want an underworld that walks with me, that scorches anyone who dares forget my name. It wasn't his strength he doubted now, but his identity. Do I command the underworld? Or am I merely its gate? Then he felt it. Not fire, but a heat that reminded fire what it was. Older, wilder, like the very first shiver of boiling existence. It didn't whisper, it burned inside him, as if a fragment of his chest, torn away centuries ago, had returned, calling his name without sound.
He didn't understand, but he did. He saw nothing, but the entire underworld stood with him, and as he moved toward the surface, he declared, "I do not rise, I reclaim what was ripped from me." And on the horizon, where no flame was visible, but its scent seeped through bone, he knew something awaited him, something not granted, but seized. He no longer walked, he was pushed. From within, as if the underworld itself wanted him reborn, not as Lord of the Dead, but as the father of a fire that had never yet been named.
Chapter 70. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The Council of the Unborn, when shadows gather against shadows. We did not emerge from his belly. We are still breathing him. It wasn't a meeting, it was a summoning, as if the earth herself had decided to force her gods to remember. Beneath a starless sky, in a valley untouched by warmth, they gathered. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. Then the sisters joined, Hestia, Hera, Demeter. No one had called the other. No one knew how they arrived, but the fire ignited on its own. A cold flame, like an ember banished from hell. Poseidon spoke first, turning in his hand a trident he no longer trusted. Years have passed, and yet we are still here, as if we never truly began. Hera, her eyes searching for a glory that had long faded, said, "Cronus hasn't attacked, because all he sees now are children who've crawled back into the womb of defeat." Hades laughed, a laugh that broke in his throat before it was born. Did we emerge from his stomach? No, we never left. We are still being digested, slowly. Hestia stared into a fire that no longer warmed. "I don't think we chose this council. Gaia did. It's as if something deep in the earth decided to wake what hasn't been born yet."
Zeus raised his eyes. But there was nothing but blackness. "Do you see? Even the stars refuse to witness us." Demeter, sorrow dripping from her limbs, said, "The earth no longer sprouts, the sky no longer rains, and us, we burn without flame, as if we are the ash of a fire that hasn't happened yet." Then came silence. Then more, as if the wound was waiting for someone to name it. Zeus spoke, his fingers empty of lightning. "It's as if we never defeated him. Cronus still breathes inside us, like an old cough we're ashamed of, but never cured." Poseidon's voice surged like the ocean from within him. "I'm not afraid of Cronus's sickle, but of the time he strikes with it." Hades spoke, his voice heavy with gathered ash. "Every step I take feels erased behind me. Cronus is no longer a creature. He's become a shadow that lives in every passing second we survive." Hera rose. Her face bore the scars of centuries of silence. "We won't remain ash coughing in the wind. Either we burn and become light, or we burn and disappear." Zeus stepped toward the flame. There was no anger in his face, only something older, regret. He spoke with a voice that sounded like a return, not even he fully understood. "Enough. I won't be the god of waiting any longer. I won't be worshipped on the altar of silence. Cronus isn't defeated in battle. He's defeated by breaking the clock." Hestia, fear in her eyes, asked, "And how do you break a clock when you're inside it?" Zeus's voice cracked like the first spark before a storm. "By breaking the sickle." They looked at him, but their eyes weren't questioning. They were remembering. Zeus continued, "By breaking the luck we were cursed with, by cursing the curse itself, and forging a new time, one we control." Poseidon's hand trembled over his aging trident. "But the weapon,
Can it bear us being its makers? Zeus pressed his palm to the air, as if holding lightning yet to be born. If it hasn't been forged, we will invent it, and if it refuses us, we will win it with what has already burned inside us. Demeter looked to the ground. She saw the ash shifting, not like smoke, but like a heart beginning to beat again. She spoke, her voice carried by the wind into the deep. "Do you hear that?" Silence fell. It wasn't the ash breathing, it was the iron, deciding it was time to rise again. Chapter 71. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. When iron spoke again, the voice of the weapon that ends silence. We did not wait for a miracle. We forged it. A clang of iron echoed through the mountain's heart, followed by an exhale, as if the earth itself was breathing again. The valley didn't open like a wound. It opened like the mouth of stone, longing to speak for the first time since time itself fell asleep. The old man emerged, pale, but not at the forefront. They were Brontes, Steropes, Argies. Their faces did not resemble heroes. They looked like those who had paid the price, before anyone dared to ask the cost. Behind them, 100 blind blacksmiths, beasts whose fangs had been shattered in the First War, giants who rebuilt their muscles with fire, cyclopes who did not speak because their hammers spoke louder. They all emerged as if the mountain had vomited its metallic memory, and in every hand, a weapon. But not just a weapon. A confession, a prophecy, a living history forged in ash. The three brothers approached the clearing. The gods watched, silent. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and in their eyes they saw something. Something unlike anyone. Something unlike even themselves. Brontes spoke, his voice not loud, because it didn't need to be. These weapons were not forged from iron, nor from fire, but from the drop that never repeats, from the same essence that birthed the sickle. Steropes stepped forward, adding, "The sickle wasn't just a weapon, it was a question, and these weapons are the answer." A soft hum, a tremor, cracks blooming in the stone. Tack, tack, tack. The old man raised his hand, then pointed. 3 chests emerged, not of wood, but of compressed ash bound by time. The first was opened, Zeus's thunderbolt. But it didn't wait for anyone. It flew. Straight to Zeus, wrapped around his hand, then dove into his chest as if it was restoring his very name. Argies said, "This is not a weapon. It is you, when you chose to be reborn from your own ashes." The second chest opened. Poseidon's trident. It rose like a wave, rushed toward him, and the ground shook beneath his feet. When he gripped it, beads of the world's salt split from it. Brontes said, "Floods are not made of water, but of decision when it explodes in the bones." Then the third chest was opened, Hades's helmet, but no one saw it. Instead, flames appeared behind Hades, shadows of the underworld, soldiers made not of flesh, but of living flame. Steropes said, "This is not worn, it is awakened, and now it is awake." A pounding chorus, a volcano exhaling, drums screaming. Argus pointed toward a massive stone, its cover pulled back, revealing a weapon without a name, only a flame burning inside the chest of whoever touches it. Brontes looked at Cottus and said, "This is not a sword. It is a blaze planted in the heart. This is the weapon of the Hecatonchires, those who were never meant to wield weapons, because they became the weapon. A low murmur, giant footsteps, a flame igniting the sky of ash. The three Cyclopses approached the three gods. They lifted their eyes to their faces and spoke as one. You were not born to wait for a miracle. You are the ones who melted it into existence. You did not merely escape Cronus's belly. You emerged to shatter his name. These weapons were forged from Gaia's heart, just as the sickle was. But they belong to no one, except the one who dares to rewrite time itself. A crack of thunder, a roar of hell, a scream of ocean, an echo that no longer belonged to earth. Zeus spoke, his hand trembling, not with fear, but with understanding. We will not run any more. They all shouted, we will not wait any more. And the three, Brontes, Steropes, Arges, declared, the sky will not fall upon us. We are the ones who will rise to meet it. If you've made it this far, then you are truly a seeker of knowledge. Support this journey with a kind word, a simple like, or even a small subscription, for its impact is far greater than you think. Your voice is the one that keeps this saga alive. Chapter 72. From the Titan War. Clash of weapons and the fall of time. The year of iron, when the weapon trained its wielder. A weapon is not forged in the hand. It is forged in the chest. This was not a time for battle, but a time for isolation. Not the kind where gods flee, but where they confront the truth of their own names. Zeus stood. The lightning wasn't in his hand. It was in his eyes. And he said in a voice that felt like a scream yet to be born, now I know who I am. But the weapon that will defeat Cronus cannot be wielded with a sword. It must be understood with a clarity deeper than time itself. He turned to his brothers and added, we do not need to train ourselves to kill, but to survive ourselves when we carry this rage. Poseidon struck his trident into the ground and said, the sea knows me, but my trident is still waiting to know me. And Hades, shadows trembling behind him, whispered, the dead follow me, but I have yet to meet the one I become when I wear this fire. Demeter shook her head slowly and said, the earth does not plant swords, it plants what deserves to bloom in blood. Hestia followed. If we are to enter the fire, let us first understand for whom we are lighting it. Then Metis nodded, and her face said everything. Yes, it is time to know ourselves, not as gods, but as the sparks of a coming resurrection. They parted. No one said goodbye, but the silence they left behind was a promise. The three Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, Arges, stood still. They didn't speak. They just smiled, as if they had already seen what was coming and had no need to say it. Zeus, the thunderbolt of recognition. He climbed to a peak so high even air feared to linger there. He sat among the clouds, the thunderbolt in his hand trembling, not from weakness, but from the question of whether his hand deserved to hold it. Each time he tried to release it, he burned. Each time he tried to scare the skies with it, the wind laughed in his face. Until he stopped and looked at it, the way a stranger might look into their own eyes, and he said, I do not want you to rule. I want you to help me forgive myself. And in that moment, the thunderbolt glowed, not like lightning, but like a confession. Since that day, the bolt no longer came from his hand. It came from his eyes, his voice, even from the silence of his rage. Poseidon, the trident of silent depths. He vanished into a cave beneath the ocean. No light, no waves, no whispers. He bound his body with coral chains and placed his trident far from reach, as if to say, if you are truly mine, Return on your own. The trident did not return. Days passed in boiling silence. Then the sea cracked. The trident rose, floating toward him, not as a tool, but as a brother coming home. From that day on, every wave bowed when he passed. Every depth held its breath when he raged. The trident was no longer a flood. It became law, unspoken, undebatable. Hades, the helmet that cannot be removed. He didn't wear the helmet. He slept beside it. For 30 nights, not to dream, but to burn in a silence no one could see. On the 31st morning he woke, and it was already on his head. Not as if he had worn it, but as if it had swallowed him. Since that moment he no longer saw the shadows saw him. Fire didn't burn him, it followed him, as if hell itself had risen to fight in his name. Every step he took echoed with unborn souls. Every breath he drew reawakened the cry of a soldier made from flame, born of curses that had never been forgiven. Once, he said, and the air melted around his voice, I do not hide death. I remind life that there is a hell yet to be seen. And since that day, whoever stood in his shadow never returned the same. Not because they died, but because they were marked by a fire that cannot be extinguished. The weapon of the Titans, the flame that cannot be carried. It wasn't a weapon, it was a scream planted in the heart. The Hecaton carers gathered in a valley of fire, and every morning that fire pulsed through their chests like rage pulsing through veins. They had nothing left to sharpen, only a fire that lived inside them. It would not be quenched, until the name of Cronus fell into the dust. Cottus struck the ground and declared, We are not soldiers holding weapons. We are the ones who became the weapon. Chapter 40. Days passed. Not like days of men, but like wounds nursing an idea of explosion. Time was not measured by hours, but by strikes withheld, and flames not yet unleashed. Each of them was becoming something else, not returning to who they were, but collapsing to be reforged. Zeus? He sat above the storm, not to hurl the bolt, but to ask it, Do you know who I am? Poseidon? He dove into his own depths to teach his rage, not to kill the one who carried it. Hades? He extinguished all light around him, just to see himself without reflection. And the Titans? Their hearts no longer beat with blood, but with fire, and with every sunrise, that fire grew clearer. They had not returned, they had not raised their weapons, but the sky had started to hear something in their silence, something that felt like approaching. They were still there, not waiting for war, but becoming it. Chapter 73. From the Titan War Clash of Weapons and the Fall of Time. Faces that do not sleep when glory becomes a chain. In the camp of Kronos, every lightning bolt left unreleased carves a wound into the hearts of soldiers. The camp was not still. It simmered in a wild silence, as if every mountain waited to be hurled, and every spear twisted inside its sheath, bored of waiting. Years had passed, the blood had not dried, but the slaughter was yet unfinished. Atlas did not sleep, but he slaughtered villages instead of climbing peaks. Hyperion had raised a sun that never set, but its light crucified children before it touched men. Creus had plunged his blade into the heart of the earth and declared, Anyone who breathes without permission shall be buried crawling. And Kronos, He sat on a throne crafted not of gold, but of nightmares, its weight held up not by jewels, but by the skulls of those who dared to kneel too late. One soldier carved a forgotten name into the trunk of a dead tree and muttered, "Are we not the sons of war? Why do we surround shadows and kick at the wind?" Another replied without turning his head, "He doesn't attack, because he wants them to collapse, without ever loosing an arrow." Inside the hall of judgment, the air did not move unless pride allowed it. Hyperion stood, the sun boiling in his eyes, and said, with a sneer dripping fire, "The slaughter is late." Cronus raised his head, gazing at him as if dirt had dared to rise, and spoke in a voice that bled nails. "I think you fear them. The slaughter is not delayed. I am savoring it. When they were small, I swallowed them. When the traitor regurgitated them, I shattered them. And now, the end is near. I am the one who split the sky, while Gaia screamed in terror, and Uranus hid in his own wound. I am the sickle. I am the birth of the blade, and the death of the god." No one spoke. Even the stones feared to fall. Even the fire stilled its flames. Outside, the soldiers stood in ranks that did not move. No one disobeyed. No one fled. But their eyes stared forward as if they could smell the stench, as if every blink whispered, "Are we still fighting? Or merely worshipping a pride too blind to see anyone but itself?" And in a corner where no light reached, a nameless boy etched something into stone, then shattered it, then rewrote, as if trying to inscribe what was never allowed to be said aloud. The prophecy draws near. Kronos shall be slaughtered, as he slaughtered his father. The wind that passed over Kronos' banners did not sway them. It tore through them from the inside. Glory had become a shackle, silence, a wound that bleeds unseen, but is on the verge of screaming. Chapter 74. From the Titan War, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. When vision grows dizzy, as blood clashes with light, the three sisters, caught between the one who saved them and the one who distorted the justice they were born to uphold. In a chamber without roof or floor, where oaths held no ground and light bore no witness, three of the eldest gathered: Themis, Phoebe, Thea, sisters of Cronus, daughters of primordial Gaia. They had witnessed Uranus' blood stain the sky and watched the sickle drink awe. Themis sat first. It was as though the earth steadied when she did. Her eyes never blinked, as if sight had long moved past what could be spoken. Her voice came cracked, worn down by the weight of all the injustices she had swallowed. "Can't you see? It's as if we weren't born to witness truth, but to justify its erosion." Phoebe replied, her gaze lifted toward the sky, yet seeing only the harsh flame of Hyperion's sun. "See what? Do you see a murderer in the one who saved us from Uranus? The one who lifted the heavens off our chests? Cronus was never a tyrant." Thea did not speak to her sisters. She stared only at her own shadow and said softly, "Do we even know who Cronus is anymore? Or has he become something else entirely? Something you only glimpse when the ground burns beneath him?" Themis rose, her words trembling like a scale tipped by truth. He does not save any more. He severs, he devours, he surrounds those who won't kneel, and breaks those who dare breathe outside his shadow. Phoebe answered, not with blind loyalty, but a tremor of memory. I don't defend him, but I'm not ready to accuse him either. He is our brother, and blood doesn't wash out of memory. Thea's voice came rasping, like dust choking on itself. But when did blood become the measure of right? Since when did tyranny earn forgiveness? Simply because it came from our own house? Silence. Then Themis whispered, I see, and what I see is no longer justice. Phoebe lowered her head. I don't see yet, but I'm afraid of what your vision might bring. Thea said nothing at first. She spoke as if counting time backward. We don't need to see it, to fear it. Gaia has been silent for too long. Then, with a weight that cracked the hush open, she added, And Prometheus, have you heard what he says in the halls, that he's seen the prophecy? That Cronus has gone blind, from the inside, and I trust his sight more than the sickle's scream. Themis stood. She looked at her sisters, but spoke as if addressing the old sky itself. If this is what glory looks like, I want no part of it. Phoebe whispered, her voice still trying to cradle the memory. But he's our brother. To which Themis answered, And Uranus? Wasn't he our father? Yet we cut him down, when the ceiling became a tomb. At that moment, as the first tear fell from Phoebe's eye, Thea said softly, Maybe that's not a tear. Maybe that's light. No decision was made, no verdict declared, but in the space between their heartbeats, 3 daughters of the beginning began to drift away from the center, not out of rage, not out of betrayal, but because once true vision opens, it never closes again. Chapter 75. From War of the Titans, of Blades, Betrayal, and the Fall of Time. Prometheus, the light that betrayed the throne. He was born among Titans, from a seed that cracked through the womb of earth, and a shard of sky no longer claimed by any god. His name was Prometheus. He wasn't the strongest, nor the tallest, nor the loudest, but he was the only one who did not scream. Silence was his tongue, wisdom his weapon, and vision, a curse that clung to him like breath to flame. When the Titans raised the first sickle, he did not reach for it. When the head of Uranus was offered to the altar of time, he neither praised nor condemned. He simply watched, his eyes piercing the world with an unforgivable question. Is this what glory means? To paint deliverance in a father's blood? They all celebrated, they all sighed when the father fell. But he knew the sickle does not die. It merely changes hands. And that the one who wears the crown with a blood-stained grip will one day become a tyrant even time will not forgive. Cronus? Yes, he freed them from tyranny, but not as a savior, as a butcher. With the first strike of time, he became more than a king. He became shattered gods, stitched into one body, obsessed not with eternity, but with survival. Prometheus saw it all, and told no one, not out of fear, but because he understood this. He who cannot see the fire in its spark does not deserve to survive its blaze. He stood at the back of every council, speaking little, yelling never. Atlas mocked him as always. Why so quiet, wise one? Have you no tongue, or are you just a rat waiting for the dark to flee? Prometheus turned, his words sharp as wind against stone. Even the rat doesn't bear the sky without knowing why. Atlas laughed, but he didn't reply, because sometimes laughter isn't triumph, it's camouflage for failure. Hyperion despised him in whispers, wisdom without fire. It's like teaching a mummy how to dance. And Crius never spoke of him, but never trusted him either, because how do you frighten someone who asks for nothing, wants nothing, shows nothing? Prometheus wasn't rebellious, he was a curse, waiting for its hour. He did not follow Cronus, nor did he join Zeus when the rebellion flared. He stood outside the lines, because to him, all the lines looked the same. Not in shape, but in hunger. Hunger for throne, for blood, for the chance to be above all. But Prometheus, he wanted no above. He only wished that light would not be crushed beneath the blade. Someone once warned him, pick a side, or you'll be enemy to both. He answered, eyes unblinking, when both sides forge war from the same metal, they are two faces of the same sickle. Now he stands with no one, not with Cronus, not with Zeus, for both wield the same myth, a sword in one hand, a prophecy in the other. One used it to sever a father, the other waits to cut what follows. And Prometheus, he writes truths on the walls of silence. Everyone who looked into his eyes felt it, a death older than time, unburied and watching. In his voice, a scent of fire that hadn't burned yet. Those who doubted him grew afraid, and those who believed him abandoned him when his words didn't float like prayers or thunder like omens, because Prometheus was no prophet. Because Prometheus was no prophet, he was a witness to an age that refused to kneel, refused to obey, refused to worship names born from wrath. He never held a sword, but he carried a curse that illuminates before it scorches, that teaches before it strikes, that writes before it dares to scream. He is not a hero, he is the hell hero's fear. He is not a battle, he is the question that haunts the victors. He is the one who will remain when all wars go quiet, because he who raises no flag has no flag to fall. And here ends the tale that never ends, and begins the voice no one dares to silence. Chapter 76. From the War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. A return unlike any return. When the storm takes the names of gods. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. They did not return, they were reborn. No time was announced, no drums were beaten, but the earth trembled. In a camp that had become a shadow of ancient screams, where mud turned into a mirror of despair, and godhood became a faint wound upon the brow of patience, they arrived. No, they didn't arrive. They surged into existence like a prophecy taking its first breath. Poseidon returned. But it wasn't the earth alone that shuddered. The entire horizon seemed to bleed awe. He did not walk. The sea carried him. Waves pulled back and sands flattened, as if dreading to offend his footsteps. He didn't tread on soil. He walked upon the memory of oceans. The trident wasn't in his hand. He was the trident. He was the tide. He was the earthquake that had waited thousands of years to be unleashed. Around his body gathered a deep blue aura, not the color of water, but the color of the sea when it decides to devour the coast without leaving a trace. Those who saw him did not ask, "Where has he been?" They felled the silence that walked with him. One soldier, without lifting her head, whispered, "This is not a return. This is a flood, declaring the earth has a new master." Then came Hades, not as a shadow, not as a tale whispered at the edge of night,
but as a soundless force that made hearts quake. He was neither seen nor heard, yet the air shifted as he passed. Bodies dried, flames trembled, and the wind choked. The earth knew him, but not in this form. The helm was no longer worn, it was fused into his face. Fire did not burn near him, it knelt. Each step he took awakened the dead who were never buried. Around him, a halo of scorched blackness pulsed, pierced by crimson flashes, as if hell itself bled from his gaze. An old blind man, smelling the change in the wind, said, "That is not the son of the underworld. That is the underworld, wearing flesh and speaking." And then Zeus ascended, but he didn't climb steps, he climbed time itself, which bowed beneath his stride. The sky didn't rain, it split, revealing a halo seen only by those with true sight. He did not carry lightning in his hand, it pulsed from his soul. In his voice, thunder prayed. In his eyes, a storm lived that would never be extinguished. Around him shimmered a golden aura, not made of light, but of glory, written before words were ever born, a halo that blinded so that anyone who looked upon it could see both past and future in a single breath. No one saw the same Zeus who marched into war. They saw the Zeus that should never be seen. A soldier, knees knocking, gasped, "He's not returning, he's resurrecting. We just witnessed the first birth of a god." And all bowed their heads, not out of duty, but because divinity had become unbearable. His face, not handsome, not terrifying, but like the truth, a truth everyone knows but fears to speak. In that moment, time itself stopped, begging to have Zeus's name written in it again. At the end of the corridor, amid terrified eyes and trembling hearts, one soldier said it aloud, as if voicing what none dared. "Zeus is back." But not as he left. This is not the Zeus of myth. This is the Zeus whose name opens books and ends wars, the greatest god ever known. They stood. Zeus on a height once called a platform, now an altar for cowardice. Poseidon behind him, like a wall of sharp salt. Hades to his left, and shadow itself breathing from his steps. Zeus looked into the faces of the soldiers and said, "We are no longer who we were, and we shall not fight as we once did." Poseidon added, "This time, we won't drown a battlefield just to rescue a seashell." Hades spoke, and his voice smothered the sun's heat. "This time, hell is with us, not against us." Silence followed, a silence louder than any war. A young soldier who had never lifted his head before looked up and wept. He said, "They're not returning. They're waking the war from within itself." And far away, on a mountain that had no name and would never have one again, Dolos stood. He thought he was observing them, but he wasn't seeing. He was being consumed. Standing there, everything in him began to shrink. His skin, his voice, even his bones, as if they wanted to escape. He saw Poseidon, and the sea inside him turned into a flood without a shore. He saw Hades, and felt his soul ignite, not burning, but purifying his fear into ash. Then he saw Zeus, and in a moment outside time, his heart stopped. Then beat again, not like a spy's, but like a bell announcing that the disaster wasn't at the door. It had already come through every window. The air around him shook, even silence began to scream. They were no longer just gods, they were something else. Something that terrified even those born of Titan blood. He raised his eyes, trembling not from cowardice,
but from the horror of wisdom, for he knew what he had just seen could never be fully spoken. Language would not survive it. Dolos whispered, his voice a gasp with no breath before it. "They're back, but no one told me they'd return like this." He swallowed hard, as if lightning had scorched his throat. He turned, slowly, as one who knows he won't be believed, but must still deliver the message. He walked, but the mountain beneath him no longer trusted his steps. Dolos carried a truth in his chest, but his heart already knew. This truth might mark the beginning of the end for all the Titans. He walked not just toward Kronos, but toward a moment he would forever wish he had never seen. And for the first time, the wind began to applaud. Chapter 77. From War of the Titans, the clash of weapons, and the fall of time. The echo of what should never be said, when pride is confronted by the news of doomsday. Krios, the messenger who saw more than a Titan's eyes were meant to bear. In a hall that smothered every voice before it could be heard, Kronos sat. His hands were still stained from a slaughter unfinished, and his eyes half closed, resting not in peace, but on a wound deferred, never healed. The air was still, not because the place was safe, but because even fear dared not breathe here. Then Dolos entered. He didn't kneel, he didn't lift his gaze, but he wasn't the same man who had left. Something inside him had burned, not his skin, but something deeper. As if whatever he had seen on that mountain had ripped out the illusion of safety forever. Kronos spoke, his voice dragging like a ghost from a forgotten tomb. "Speak." Dolos didn't respond immediately. He looked down at his hands, as if they trembled in spite of their strength. Then, finally, with a voice so low it seemed the words were being whipped as they came out, he said, "They have returned." Kronos raised an eyebrow, only to lower it again, as if nothing had surprised him. But Krios continued, this time with a tone that didn't belong to him. "They've returned, but not as they were." He stepped forward, 2 slow steps, as if the wall between cowardice and truth had collapsed. "I saw lightning, walking. I saw the sea, roaring without a storm. I saw the underworld, walking on 2 feet. He sighed, his chest heavy with the weight of what he had witnessed. "Zeus, he is no longer a god. He is something else. A halo walking in the shape of a man, terrifying even the thunder before he calls it. Poseidon, he didn't carry the trident. He was the tide, and all the waves bowed before him. Hades, he didn't rise from the underworld, it rose for him." He paused again, his voice trembling, still breaking beneath the weight of the vision. "If we do not strike now, there will be no us left tomorrow." Kronos fell silent, for a long, long moment. It was the kind of silence that walks in graveyards. Then he smiled, but it wasn't a smile of relief. It was the smile of a god who just realized the end he carved for others might require a deeper bloodletting than he had ever planned. He rose, and with him, time itself felt heavier in that chamber. "I knew they would grow," he said, not as an explanation, not as justification, but as a verdict. "But I did not kill them as infants, not out of mercy, never that. I spared them because great deaths should never be wasted on the weak." He turned to Hyperion and said, "You always cursed patience. Now your day has come." He placed a hand on his shoulder, igniting the fire within him like dry grass under sun, and declared, "Go, and do not return, unless you have hung the sons of the traitor across the edge of the sky." Then he shouted, a roar so deep it split the earth under their feet. Open 3 fronts. The sky, let Hyperion burn it. The sea, let Perses and Thaumas drown it. The land, leave it to my shadow, Coeus and Erebus. Then he looked at Creos, not as a commander to a scout, but like a god signing off on a massacre yet to be named. You didn't just spy, you placed the sickle on their necks and stepped back like you were never there. And in the corner, where no eyes lingered, the stone itself shuddered with the news. The dust trembled, and a single tear fell from a tent where no soul lived, only prophecy. War no longer waited for drums, the feet were moving, and the sickle had been sharpened. And from far away, an ancient time smiled and whispered, "So it begins. The end, written in ink that cannot be washed, the blood of brothers." Chapter 78. From War of the Titans, the clash of weapons and the fall of time. The letter before the war, when justice speaks without a voice. The 3 sisters, and the step of a shadow that cannot be erased. In the wing where silence had grown roots, where even the wind feared to pass without permission, 3 sisters returned, Themis, Phoebe, and Thea. But this time, their gathering was not a prophecy. It was a decision. Themis knelt, drawing a circle of ash on the ground with a fingertip that trembled like memory. "All signs point to bloodshed," she said, "and silence has become another kind of betrayal." Phoebe spoke, her eyes heavy with centuries of unspoken truths. "Today, the question is no longer whether we stand with him, but whether we survive him." Thea, as if reading from a book that hadn't yet been written, whispered, "Since Zeus returned, the air has changed. Since the earth fell still beneath Kronos' feet, I've heard regret in Gaia's voice." Themis said, "Kronos no longer seeks to rule, he wants to extinguish, and I will not let justice be buried in silence." Phoebe placed a hand to her chest as if something inside clawed to be released. "We need someone to carry the message. Not as a scream, but as a spark, something that lights the mind before the sword." Thea turned toward no one and said one name. "Prometheus." Silence, as if the name itself stirred old shadows awake within the walls. Themis breathed. "He is the only one who saw, and did not go blind." Phoebe nodded. "He chose no side, but he sees where the fire bends." Thea added, "Yes, he holds no weapon, but he whispers into the ear of tomorrow." Themis stood. She etched something into a stone slab, wrapped it in black cloth and said, "This is no warning. This is insight, one no other mind can claim." She lowered her voice. "Take this to him. Tell him, the sky is on the verge of breaking, but beyond that break, there will be no place for a sickle." She didn't hand it to anyone. She placed it on the table, then stepped away, as if the one to carry it would not be chosen, but summoned. The hall remained still, but that stillness was not emptiness. It was the breath before a storm turns. And in the farthest corner from light, where the floor only lets itself be touched if it wills it, Prometheus was listening. Not eavesdropping, not spying, but listening, the way one listens to the last breath of creation. Before a new flame is born from its mouth, he stepped forward. He said nothing, and none of the sisters asked, "Why are you here?" They knew. He was the only one who never waited for permission to feel that something had broken. He looked at the wrapped stone but did not touch it. He turned to Themis and said, "This is what we feared, that silence would become a weapon, and justice a smiling noose." Phoebe asked, her voice somewhere between a doubt and a prayer, Will you take it? Prometheus replied, I will not carry it in my hands. I will carry it in my face. He gazed at the cloth-bound stone, then lifted his eyes to the three figures before him and thought, can justice only live when blood is betrayed? Can silence truly be harsher than the sickle? Theia said softly, do you know what it means to deliver this to Zeus? It means, this time, you choose. Prometheus paused, then answered, I am not choosing Zeus. I am choosing not to live under one who knows the prophecy and still forces it upon life. Themis nodded and pointed to the stone. These words are not a weapon. They are the first cut, one that won't heal without fire. Then silence again. But Theia did not leave. She approached Prometheus not as a goddess to a messenger, but as an eye nearing a crack in the wall, searching for light. She said, in a voice only those who've walked through hell without burning can hear, Prometheus, you know how the world doubts messages. Mortals, when they rise, will master lies. Even the gods won't believe a word unless it bleeds with a name they know. He didn't reply, but his eyes said, then what must I do? She stepped to the corner, lifted a small stone that looked no different from the rest. But when she touched it, the air itself shivered. This comes from the mountains we were born in, she said. Gaia used to carve into it when she wanted to hide her thoughts from Uranus. She raised another stone, small but heavy, then sat down, not to carve, but to summon. What will you write? He asked. Nothing readable, she answered. I will carve what feels like breathing. If the message reaches you and they ask you to prove it came from us, tell them, bring fire to the stone. When the markings ignite, only Metis will know it wasn't made by any hand. He asked, but I won't see it now. Nor will I. Even fire won't see it, until it is asked. She pressed her palm to the stone, then covered it. When they call you a liar, she said, don't argue. Light the stone. Prometheus stepped forward, took the stone from her without asking what the mark looked like, without asking its meaning. She said to him, I don't care what words you say, as long as you take this silence and set it on fire. He took the wrapped stone and whispered to it, I don't start fires, I only carry the match. Then he walked away, not as a messenger, but as someone who knows that walking between the lines might mean being crucified within them. And in the far corner, Prometheus stood, without being summoned, as if he could feel the wind shift, as if the next step wasn't meant to be heard, but felt. He left without a weapon, but in his heart were letters scented with ash. He knew that the beginning of war is not a scream. It is a whisper into an ear that believes justice never whispers in vain. After he was gone, Themis said, perhaps we did not choose the right time, but we chose the one man who does not hide from fire. Chapter 79. From War of the Titans. The clash of weapons and the fall of time. Prometheus, alone on the path of prophecy. When the voice that belongs to no one finds a body to carry it. He wasn't walking, he was being driven, as though the earth herself pushed him forward. Not to be saved, but to atone. The wind clawed against him, the mountains kept their chests closed, and the sky, it watched, suspicious of each step, as if asking, "Why are you alone? And who gave you the right to whisper where others drown in silence?" He moved through the rocks like suspicion slipping between fingers, passing creatures not yet born, and others that fed on the scent of secrets. His bones felt borrowed, his breath drawn from a grave long denied the voice it deserved, and each step toward the light made the ground beneath him shudder, as if the earth itself could not decide, is he a messenger or a curse? But he did not stop, and he did not turn back. Something inside him burned, not fire, but something older than fire, faith. And within himself, every word he thought felt like a blade being honed against the edge of his own heart. "I do not see the path, but the prophecy sees through me. This voice is not mine, but it chose me. Yes, I am neutral, but when truth is threatened, I do not stay in the middle. Silence is betrayal, and truth does not need to scream. It only needs a body strong enough to carry it." His eyes burned with a fury yet to be unleashed. His chest bore eternity like thorns beneath skin. Every fiber of him was truth unspoken. Behind him, 1,000 voices whispered, "Turn back." But inside him, a single voice answered, "If I turn back, I will never face myself again." Then, between two mountains, the land opened, and there in the distance, the camp stood. No smoke, no screams, no battle cries, only silence, like the lips of a god before they choose a name. Just a few steps remained between him and the gates, but they were not ordinary steps. They were the last distance before the first wound. It was the moment when a body is tested, not for its strength, but to speak what time itself had failed to utter. He planted his feet, pulled his cloak tighter over his shoulders, and whispered a vow that pierced through eternity, though no ear heard it. "I did not come to win. I came to say what no one else dared to speak." Then he walked, and each step was a signature, scrawled onto a new page in the book of prophecy. And now, only one thing remained, for the gate to open. Chapter 80. From War of the Titans, the clash of weapons and the fall of time. Prometheus, when stone speaks and fire reveals. Some messages are never believed until they burn. Night had drawn its last breath, when a man with no shadow approached a camp that awaited no one. His steps were heavy, not with exhaustion, but with the burden of unspeakable truth. He knew some words are severed before they're ever spoken. The guards saw him. They rushed, dragged him, the way riddles are pulled from the chest of truth. He did not resist, but with blood on his lips he said, "Take me to the one who is no longer a god, but a question at the heart of war." They chained him, left him bound, as if the voice he carried might ignite the tent should it escape without permission. Then came the news. A stranger, claims to be a messenger, requests audience with Zeus. Some commanders laughed. "A messenger?" one sneered, "in an age where only spears deliver words." But Metis, who never sleeps when the moon does, spoke, "Wait, if he tells the truth, perhaps the truth is with him." In the prison, the guards mocked Prometheus. His face didn't resemble a prisoner's, it resembled regret, walking on 2 feet. One scoffed, "He says he carries a message from inside." Another added, "He knows names only spies would dare speak." In the chamber of Zeus, where even light is searched before it's allowed to enter, Prometheus was brought forward. Hera stood, Hestia gasped, Metis stepped forward, but did not speak. and Prometheus stood still. For the first time, he saw Zeus not as he had heard of him, but as he was. He had known the face of the god, but now he beheld the face of prophecy. He stood silent, as if the lightning in Zeus's brow had reassembled his entire vision. In his heart he whispered, "This is not a thunderbolt. It is wrath choosing its shape." Everything in Zeus had changed. He was no longer someone you heard about. He was someone no language could describe. Zeus spoke, his voice slicing through the air. "Who sent you?" Prometheus answered, steady, unshaken. "Those who existed before gods had names: Themis, Phoebe, and Thea." Metis sighed as if hearing her own shadow. "If one of them sent you, prove it, or else—" Zeus cut in, his voice tearing through doubt like a blade through illusion.
"And what is your proof? Names can be memorized. Any traitor can utter the names of women."
Prometheus stepped forward, his gaze unyielding. "I'm not here to be believed, but if you want proof, bring fire to this stone." Silence. Glances exchanged, smirks, and unease without a name. A soldier asked, "You want us to burn it?" Prometheus replied, "No. Awaken it. Fire does not destroy this stone. It reveals it." They brought the torch closer. At first, nothing. No symbol, no shimmer. Then, the stone cracked, and across its surface, letters blazed, unreadable. Metis gasped. "Stop!" she cried. "These are not words. This is a signature." She stepped closer, studied them, then inhaled sharply, as if witnessing the first light birthed from ash. This is from Thea. Only she wrote like this, when she spoke to Gaia." Silence. She touched the marks as one touches an unforgiven past. "No one can forge this sign. The message is real." Zeus stepped forward, looked at the stone, then at Prometheus. His voice, calm like a knife, being unsheathed. "Speak. What did she say?" Prometheus opened his hand, unwrapped the stone, and read. His voice became the mirror of the skies. "Cronus does not rule. He marches. 3 fronts, 3 wounds. Hyperion will turn the sky into fire. Perses and Thaumas will drown the sea. Coeus and Erebus will shatter the land. And Cronus, he will sit, as he did when he swallowed you, waiting to finish the feast." Zeus lifted his eyes. Lightning stirred within him. "Who told you? I was afraid." Prometheus answered, his voice carrying echoes of time itself. "I did not come to warn you. I came to say justice still fights, even if alone." Prometheus asked for no shelter, no thanks. He simply turned to the door and said, "I belong to no one, but I cannot stay silent, not when the sickle becomes a god, and dominion is woven from brutality." He stepped out, and behind him, silence caught fire, and the markings on the stone, they kept glowing, as if they would never fade, until the sickle falls, and its voice is broken forever. Chapter 81. From War of the Titans, of Blades, Betrayal, and the Fall of Time, we need no one. When the gods became the front line, the gathering in the stronghold, and when the plan lives in the eyes of 3. In the heart of a stronghold so deep it only sees light when the heavens command it, they gathered. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. And around them stood the three sisters, Metis, Hestia, Demeter, the giants, the hawks, the silence. A silence so heavy it felt like ink about to write the first sentence in the gospel of the end. Metis stepped forward. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone who heard it felt the air tightening, as though time itself had grown short. She unrolled a map onto the floor, its edges pulsing with ancient power. "This isn't a war," she said. "It's a flood of fire, water, and shadow, and we won't survive it by waiting to see where it strikes." She raised her hand, pointing to living spots on the parchment. "Zeus will take the sky, with Demeter beside him. She reads the wind before it dies. Poseidon will take the sea, led by the three giants. Only they know how to drown what's already drowning. Hades, the land is yours. The hawks ride with you, for nothing outruns the shadow of death but those born to see it coming." Then she turned to the sisters. "Hestia, you stay with the fire in the stronghold. I will watch from within. If the earth shakes, we'll be the first to know it's not a quake. It's the sickle approaching." But before she could finish, Zeus struck the ground with his thunderbolt, not to destroy the plan, but to shatter the certainty it was built upon. His voice didn't speak, it struck. "No, you will not move, you will not leave." He turned to Metis, then to every face in the room. "We do not need you. We need no one." Silence. Then, "The sky is mine. The sea belongs to my brother. The land, to the keeper of the dead." Hestia burst out. "But we are ready. We know how to fight." Metis followed, pleading without begging. "The assault may be overwhelming. Don't gamble your lives alone." But Zeus cut her words like a sickle through a throat. "And if we don't win, then we don't deserve to be called gods. We are not the children of fear. We are the ones meant to finish what Cronus began, when he believed swallowing was ruling, and that time cannot be dethroned." Poseidon stepped forward, hand resting on his spear. His voice was the first note in a coming storm. "So be it. The sky is yours. The waves are mine. Let them come. They shall not return." Then he looked to Hades. Hades didn't speak at once, but when he lifted his gaze, every torch flickered into momentary darkness. "They may find the land, but not the one they remember. They'll return as shadows searching for a body in ashes never cooled." Zeus spoke again. This time there was no room for reply. "The rest of you, stay here. Forge the chains. Gather stones that do not shatter. Open the gates of Tartarus. We do not want their corpses. We want them alive, dragged in shackles." Then he looked upward. "Cronus is watching. His eyes are everywhere. Do not change a thing. Don't raise a tower. Don't brush off the ash. Leave the camp as if we never saw this coming." And then he said a sentence no temple had ever dared to carve on stone. "When the next dawn breaks, it won't be their sun that rises. It will be our thunder." And silence fell again. But in the hearts of all who stood there, the voice still roared. 3 gods only chose to carve their glory with their own hands, not with the help of others. The decision had been made. War could already be smelled in the air, and the chains had already begun to ring. Chapter 82. From the Titan War, the clash of weapons, and the fall of time. The hour of crossing, when prophecy walks upon the dead. Cronus was not launching a military campaign. He was rewriting the throne in fire. It wasn't a decision, it was a summons, a growl from the root, from the wolf who never forgot the first blow he received, and now had decided to bite history by the throat. In a chamber that obeyed no geography, a place where pressure lived just before eruption, Cronus raised his hand. His voice did not come from his throat. It came from the core of the sickle itself. "Open the path and unleash the assault!" Above, in the sky, the first to rise, Hyperion, the first eye of fire. Not a sun, but a herald of a dawn that burns everything that dares outrun it. When his eyelid lifts, distance ignites. When he's angry, daylight itself collapses. Behind him, 40,000 soldiers born of blistering light, their bodies shimmer, untouchable, their footsteps tear through clouds, not to reach, but to declare, "This sun does not rise, it annihilates." He extended his hand over the glowing horizon and spoke, "I'll melt the heavens, bend thunder to my will." And Zeus will learn, no god is born beneath a light that was never blessed. On the land there were two. Coius, the architect of collapse, he does not fight with a blade. He convinces the mountain to fall by itself. He doesn't shout. He whispers to stone until it betrays its roots. 20,000 march behind him, masters of psychological fracture. They don't kill. They make enemies destroy themselves. Their words are traps. Their eyes, wounds that never heal. He drew a map in ancient ash and said, "I won't attack them. I will unravel them. I'll embed doubt into their nerves, and when they fall, they'll thank me." Beside that silence stood Erebus, the living absence, unseen, unscented, untouchable, but always present, as if the shadows, fleeing the light, had found refuge in him. He led 20,000 illusionists of oblivion. They strike intentions before they form. They erase their foes not through death, but by deleting them from memory itself. Wrapping himself in darkness, he whispered, "I do not fight. I extinguish those who think they shine." At sea, the waters had split into twin storms. Thaumas, first bolt of the ocean, born of storm, raised by wave. He is wind that does not rain, he tramples. Behind him, 20,000, knights of the sea storm, creatures that cannot be grasped, only swallowed. He whistled to the tide and said, "No drowned will survive, nor those who believed they stood above the flood." Beside him moved Perses, the whispering flame. He does not scream, he rises, each spark a promise of disaster. He walks like smoke, kills like a meteor sent to redefine rage. Behind him, 20,000 silent detonators, their feet make no sound. But everything after them leaves no living trace. He stepped over the water and lit its back aflame, saying, "I will burn the sea. I'll boil it to steam before it realizes it was on fire." 6 commanders, 120,000 soldiers, and a king waiting to feast on what remains. Cronus gazed at the map of war not as a strategy, but as a banquet table. "This time," he said, "I will not swallow them as infants. I will butcher them as men and hang their heads in the sky. So every generation after knows no one is born a god, unless he is baptized by catastrophe." The armies marched, not as an invasion, but as a rearrangement of truth. Each front carried its own hell. Each commander a fully formed curse, and the path forward, it no longer resembled a road, but a prophecy, walking over corpses that would later be written, as necessary. And only one question remained. Can lightning endure when the sky itself swears upon the sword? Chapter 83. The Sundering of the Storm, when the brothers did not march to battle, but to judge time itself. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, when war fronts become altars of vengeance. The earth was not prepared for this. The sky wasn't waiting.
But when divinity rose, time lost its right to hesitate. There were no drums inside the stronghold, no horns, only the ground igniting beneath their feet, as if the world itself knew. What now walks upon it is no longer godhood, but fate in the shape of men. Zeus stood still. Hades met his gaze. Poseidon stepped forward. Their eyes spoke, not with silence, but with a threat that simmered beneath their skin. Zeus stepped ahead, then turned to them both. We are not heading into battle. We are the slaughter yet to come. Hades smiled, a cold, deathless curl. The graves, he said. We've been digging since the first time they tried to strangle us.
Poseidon stripped off his cloak like shedding the final shackle. I won't be content with drowning them, he said. I'll drown the wound itself. The stronghold cracked open down its spine, not because a gate swung open, but because this departure was carved by rage, not stone. Zeus was the first to emerge. The golden aura didn't trail him. It surrounded him like lightning forever testing itself. His eyes didn't glance at the earth. They judged the sky for its silence. He raised his arm and declared, Hyperion, you may be the sun, but I decide when dawn is allowed to rise. Then came Poseidon. Each footstep fractured the air, as though the sky itself recoiled from his face. His trident wasn't in his hand. It was pulsing in his gaze. He roared, Perses, Thaumas, I don't want the sea. I want to turn it into ash. Then came Hades. He wasn't seen, he was felt. For a moment, everyone inside the stronghold choked. Even the shadows bowed. His aura was crimson and black, as if the underworld had opened its mouth and from it exhaled a breath called vengeance. He spoke without opening his lips. Caius, Erebus, I do not fight. I sentence you with fire.
The path split. Each brother took his own. But with every step the earth recorded a confession that the world would fracture into 3 fronts, and that those who did not die would spend the rest of their lives remembering this day, with pain that would never fade. In the sky, the storm didn't explode, but the horizon began to turn red. A strange glow stirred behind the clouds, as if Hyperion was dragging the sun by its neck, not to illuminate, but to incinerate anyone who dared arrive before dawn. On the other side, Zeus was rising without wings, but the lightning moved ahead of him, etching a path through the heavens, a path no one else was allowed to walk. No cries, no flashes, but the air itself began to tremble, as if it hadn't yet decided whom to obey. The sky was on the verge of swearing loyalty, but for now it simply breathed, between 2 storms, awaiting the first thunderbolt to scream. On the land, the earth groaned under the weight of what approached. It hadn't yet cracked, but it was splitting on the inside, as if it knew what was about to emerge. No fire had appeared, but smoke had already begun to leak from the veins of stone. It was a sign the rocks could not misread. Hades was near. Caius walked from the opposite end, like a man whispering in stone's ear, teaching it how to collapse on its own. He did not rush, for in his mind, demolition begins in stillness. As for Erebus, he was not seen. But the air began to vanish on either side of the road. The shadows trembled, as if they sensed someone watching, who could not be watched in return. And in the sea, some waves stopped suddenly, not because the wind had died, but because something in the deep had changed. Poseidon had not yet arrived, but he had come close enough to make the tide forget its own rhythm. His stare sliced the water before he touched it. His trident still slumbered, but the ocean was preparing to be stabbed. From the opposite edge, Perses left behind a trail of sparks that refused to fade. Silent, as though fire itself knew this was not a pyromancer, but a judge.
Thomas did not summon a storm. He was training the wind how to stab without being seen. They had not met yet, but the land had begun to dig itself. The sea was starting to stare into its own reflection, and the sky was choosing its final color. 3 fronts, 3 brothers unlike any others, and in each front a vow of slaughter that would never be forgotten. Chapter 84. The Voices That Do Not Fight. When war encircles those who hold no blade. Mount Olympus, between those who left for slaughter and those who remained to guard the pulse, at the summit of Olympus, where even the clouds arrive in reverence, and the walls are not carved from stone, but from oaths etched in patience, silence tiptoed. Behind them, the sky was ablaze. Beneath them, the earth coiled in tension. But those who stayed behind were no less part of the war. Hestia sat by the hearth, feeding it with wood, not chopped, but fallen from a tree that had known. Its season of burning had come. She said, softly, eyes locked on the flames as if reading prophecy in their dance. This fire no longer warms me, it waits to be lit, with blood. Demeter approached, her hair tied as if heading to a funeral. Her voice wasn't weeping, but something close. Did you see how they left? They didn't say goodbye to us, they said goodbye to the weakness still in us. Metis sat down, hand over her heart, as if her chest was in revolt against silence. She spoke to the horizon. I told them we should fight together, divide the fronts, stand shoulder to shoulder. But Zeus spoke like a man asking glory to shorten the distance for him. Hestia brushed ash from her knee, whispering, "Do you think they can do it? One in the sky, another in the sea, a third in the underworld. Against 6 monsters born of hatred." Demeter stood. "We don't know them anymore," she said. "They're not the brothers we grew up with. They came back, with eyes we no longer recognize, and footsteps that sound like the endings of poems." And, in a forgotten corner behind the pillars, the Old One sat sharpening a blade, unused, but waiting. He watched the 3, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, each carrying a stone torn from the mountain's heart. He asked, "Do you really believe your weapons will change the end?" Brontes replied, "No." Arges added, "But we want them to. Remember," and Steropes finished, "that those who forge the iron are never far from the fire." The Old One smiled. "May the lightning protect them," he said. "But if they fall, I carry the map of regret in my blood, and I will draw them a road home." Elsewhere, in a cave skimming the edge of cloud, Rhea, the mother, wandered alone. She carried her silence like a frightened child. She didn't cry, but her eyes shimmered with something beyond reason. As if she felt danger had returned. As if her children were now somewhere beyond the reach of prayer, guarded only by ancient regret. She stood among the priestesses, then said, "Do not wake me, unless something breaks in the air, or one of those I bore comes back without warning." And that night, Olympus did not resemble a palace, nor a war camp. It felt like a womb, waiting to learn what it had birthed. Would the gods return, whole, or would history split in 2, before this day and after? Chapter 85. The ocean bleeds when the sea is wounded. Poseidon, alone, before the ancient flood. It wasn't the waves that parted. It was the sea itself, as if the deep had grown ashamed of its stillness and decided to rise, to pave the way for his steps. Poseidon emerged, alone. No soldiers, no ships, no curses trailing behind. Only a body carved from ancient salt and eyes holding more weight than the cosmos should ever bear.
He stood, and the ocean seemed to turn around, to face him, every enemy stilled, breaths caught, eyes widened, and for a single suspended moment they all believed they might fall before a single blow was struck. The aura around his body wasn't light, wasn't fire, but something denser, like water condensed into wrath, like annihilation made flesh. Silence reigned. Then one of Thaumas's soldiers whispered, his voice trembling, "He's alone, but I see more than one sea behind him." Another tried to speak, not to calm the other, but to lie to his own fear. Maybe it isn't him. Maybe we're still dreaming. But the dream shattered when Poseidon took a single step.
The horizon shivered, the tides recoiled, the ebb held its breath, and the land beneath cracked itself open to adapt. Perses appeared, stepping beside Thaumas as if the two were about to cut the ribbon on the end of the world. But their hearts beat in ways they'd never known before. Perses finally broke the silence. "You returned? But no one came with you," Poseidon replied, his voice like the sea losing its patience. "When I stand here, the ocean needs no one else." Then he raised his trident, not a weapon the world had ever seen, but something that looked as if water had shaped itself to be wielded by him. Its name was not a name, but a curse. The trident of Poseidon, quake of the deep. When it touched water, the oceans wept. When it struck land, continents split from within. He plunged it into a single wave, and the sea tore apart, as if its own heart had been ripped open. A sound escaped, not a scream, not a roar, something unwritable, unspeakable, the kind of sound you feel in your ribs before you hear it. Some soldiers stumbled back in instinct. One dropped to his knees. Another shouted, "The tide, it bows to him." The air collapsed. Thaumas clenched his fists, speaking like a ghost from his own past. "You won't finish what you started." Perses pointed with a trembling finger. "This is your end, but we'll make it slow." Poseidon didn't respond. He roared, a roar that summoned the waves from their grave, a roar not of threat, but of judgment. "You will fall, not because I am stronger, but because the ocean does not forgive those who poisoned it." He pointed toward the front battalion, and the sea ignited beneath them, swallowed them whole, as if the ocean had risen in vengeance. Blood surged, bodies torn, and the waves returned to their original color. A color only seen when the sea is truly enraged. Only then did the end begin. Chapter 86. Fire that walks. Hades reopens the gates of hell. When a god arrives and silences the enemy before they speak. The land had not healed from its first defeat. Ash still clung to its breath, and then it trembled again. Not from an earthquake, not from an assault, not from some new curse, but from a presence. Hades had arrived. The sky turned black, though no clouds gathered. The air grew heavy, as if it were bearing the weight of a funeral not yet born. And then he appeared. Not riding a chariot, not leading an army, but walking, alone. Behind him, fire followed, not like a blaze, but like a being, with legs, with hunger. Its footsteps weren't heard, they were smelled. Hades stood at the edge of the battlefield. Before him, an entire army, 40,000 strong, sorcerers, warriors, children of deception and night. Coeus, Erebus, they were all there, and when they saw him, they fell silent. For the first time in centuries, Titans could not speak. From his body, a halo of darkness laced with fire spilled outward, not mere shadows, something else, as if the underworld itself had borrowed a god's shape.
A soldier caught sight of Hades's eyes and shuddered. Are those embers? No, another whispered. They're not eyes. They're gates. Hades took one step forward. The ground cracked beneath him, stone bent without command. Coeus spat into the dirt, tried to shout, but silence swallowed his voice. His mouth forgot how to blaspheme. Erebus clenched his fist, but his shadow hesitated as if unwilling to follow. Hades did not speak. Instead, he donned his helmet, the helm of Hades, hell with a living pulse. The moment it touched his head, the land convulsed. Grass ignited, trees bent as if to bid him farewell, and the sky did not weep, it gasped. Behind him, they emerged, the Fireborn. No faces, no names. Each one forged from an unforgiven curse. Their bodies were flame, their voices like rituals torn from books never meant to be read. The front lines stepped back. One of the shadow warriors muttered, "Where can we run?" Only then, after terror hushed itself, did Coeus finally speak. "The dog has returned." Erebus smiled, as if sipping poison slowly. "He has. But this time we won't run." Hades laughed, a short laugh, but behind it were 1,000 graves. "You ran," he said, "when I was alone. What will you do now when hell walks behind me?" A soldier rushed forward. Madness had kissed his mind. He lunged, but before he could reach Hades, he vanished. Not burned, evaporated. Then another. A third. 10 at once, charging, screaming. But their cries never reached the air. They disappeared, as if Hades had pulled them into a private retribution never to be seen. Silence returned. Hades looked at Cos, then Erebus. He lifted a single finger. "The rest," he said, "you'll have to beg for." Then he walked. A single step, and behind him his legions moved. The Fireborn, not hungry for food, but for burning. And thus, the land began to ignite itself, preparing for a massacre that would spare no one except those who knew how to hide beneath their own skin. Chapter 87. Lightning Unchained. The Thunderbolt of Zeus versus the Son of Hyperion. When thunder rises from disgrace and leads the skies to vengeance. The light did not come from the sun, nor from stars, but from an ancient wound, a gash in the sky's own chest that tore itself open and screamed. The sky changed color, as if it remembered the moment Zeus fell and hated itself for watching. The clouds cracked, the wind bent back, and then it fell, not a god, not a man, but something else, lightning. Yes, it was Zeus, but not as they knew him. No throne, no army, no divine entourage. He came alone, as if all things around him were accessories that no longer mattered. Behind him, clouds were torn to pieces. Thunder curled around his form like royal guards around a furious king. He hadn't even spoken, and yet the wind had already bowed. One of Hyperion's soldiers gasped, "Is that Zeus?" Another trembled. "Whatever that is, we shouldn't stare too long." But the third whispered, shaking as if choking on his own soul, "That's not Zeus. That's the day the heavens deny their maker." Then came Hyperion, hair blazing like a bleeding sun, his hands glowing like the end of all light. He smirked, but his lips trembled and even the wind caught it. "So, you've come to be defeated again?" he taunted. "Or has your brother stopped showing up to save you?" Zeus said nothing. He only looked, but that look was enough to make the clouds recoil, as though the sky itself feared the gaze of its god. He stepped closer, and his voice, not angry, but addicted to retribution, said, "Hades saved me once, but today I need no savior. I decide who's worth saving." He raised his arm, but the bolt didn't fly from his hand. It had already left his eyes. Yes, Zeus no longer carries the lightning. He is the lightning. The thunder of Zeus, lightning that sees before it strikes, no longer a flash that waits for fury, but a living force pulsing with sentience. When he's angry, the skies roar without clouds. When he's silent, mountains kneel for his voice. Hyperion opened his hands to the sun. "Then come," he said. "Let's see if your bolt lights up its own grave before it's buried." Zeus stepped forward, planting his feet in mid-air, as though the sky had become soil where the end could be sown. And then he spoke. "Last time, you watched me fall. This time, you'll witness the one who taught falling how to rise." A battalion approached, swords gleamed, their voices roared, but Zeus did not move. He breathed, and with each breath, a dozen warriors fell. Thunder without sound, fireless burn. It was as if rage had chosen a face and picked his. One soldier screamed, "He's not hitting us, he's unmaking us." Another erupted mid-sentence, "Even our voices won't leave our mouths." Hyperion shrieked, sunlight shattering in his eyes. "Stop this madness, you cave-born shadow. If you're a god, then face a god. Don't drown soldiers from the sky while you dodge my flame." Zeus replied, and each word struck like a vow, etched in storm. "These are not your soldiers. They are ash, reshaped to delay your collapse. And if you want battle, then meet me in the heart of your sun, so I may show you how light burns when it faces lightning." And then Zeus stepped. Just one step, but it shattered the sky, split the clouds, and tore the horizon. The fight hadn't begun, but war itself began to tremble. And so, the question was no longer, who will win, but rather, how much time does light need to bury a sun that never learned how to die? Chapter 88. The Shattering of the Deep. Poseidon faces oblivion. When the sea punishes those who dared to forget it. It wasn't the sound of war, but the sound of memory, a memory that never forgives. The ocean was no longer what it had been. It had forgotten itself, and then, all at once, remembered. Suddenly, vortices erupted from beneath, not mere spirals of water, but spinning time itself, time choking on its own loops. Perseus raised his hand, and the depths exploded. Out came the legion of brine and time, creatures that did not drown their prey, but twisted time backward until it broke. Whoever came near them forgot how to grip a sword, then why they came, then who they were. And Thomas? He unleashed the mists of the drowned, a dark vapor, invisible until it slipped past your breath. It snuffed out hope and drowned even belief. But Poseidon did not move. He stood still, watching the flood as if it were a child's trick, or a cloud pretending to be an ocean.
Then he raised his weapon, the trident of the deepquake. Not a spear, but a jagged relic of a past that never sleeps. He struck the sea's surface, and the ocean detonated from beneath. It was as if the seabed itself wanted to rise and reclaim the sky. The depths split open, and a single wave surged forth. Just one. But it was enough to erase a quarter of their army. A soldier screamed, "Time is spitting us out!" Another shouted, before vanishing without blood, "The sea! It betrays us!" Thaumas couldn't bear it. He leapt into the surge, his spears weaving curses through the mist. He struck, again and again, and shouted, "I won't let you swallow us! Not again!" But Poseidon didn't block him. He pulled him closer, with a grip that belonged not to a man, but to the very hand that shaped the ocean itself. He drove the trident through Thaumas's chest and whispered, "You were the sea's voice, but today the sea has chosen to silence you." Thaumas collapsed, his body trembling from within. Not dead, but broken. He no longer remembered how to command the tide. And while Perseus watched, Poseidon turned toward him. Behind him, the tide coiled like a beast, readying its throat to devour. And then he said, "I am no longer the god of the sea. I am the sea, when it decides to rule alone." That was when their end began. Not with the loss of the battle, but with the collapse of understanding itself. Because whoever forgets how to fear the ocean learns what it means to die by its hand. Chapter 89. Curses that do not die. Hades in the arms of betrayal. When the earth opens and curses those who tried to bury hell. It wasn't morning, nor was it night. It was a third time, one only the damned know. The clock of the underworld had begun to tick. Hades stood still, but the land had changed. Something in the air turned rotten, the scent of schemes, the taste of betrayal, a silence that wasn't silence, but a trap wrapped in quiet. Coeus didn't roar this time. He simply stared at the ground and spoke in a voice that cracked a chasm between every word. "Let us dismantle the soil." The earth obeyed, but it didn't break like mountains do. It twisted, as if the very idea of splitting had just remembered its body. Spirals of fractures, endless circles, illusions of paths that led only to pits that killed anyone who trusted them. Coeus's army? It vanished into the land, as if marching not toward war, but to become bait for a greater trap. Then came the other, Erebus. He didn't speak, didn't march. He breathed, and the air turned liquid. As if shadows had melted into a smoke that carried no light, only its absence. His soldiers, unseen, slid into the battlefield without sound. They were present, but no eyes could hold them. Only the temperature dropped, as if even intention had been frozen. They struck together, Coeus from below, trying to drag Hades into a pit carved by his own deceit, and Erebus from around him, trying to erase him, as if Hades were just a haunting memory, too inconvenient to be remembered. But they didn't know. What buries Hades only wakes him. He stood between the blows. No retreat, no shield, only stillness, the kind only known by those who've lived in hell longer than they've lived in time. And then he spoke. "Souls of the cursed, your chance to rise has come." The earth cracked open, not by Coeus this time, but by Hades, and from the depths they came, the damned. Skinless bodies, tongues of fire, reading from books no hand had ever written, each bearing a name history had tried to erase. The ground ignited, the rocks wept, and the ashes trembled, knowing they were about to become bloodlines. Koyus tried to strike back. He raised his hand, called out to his crevices, but they no longer heard him. One of his own cracks turned against him, split beneath his feet. One of his soldiers fell into it, screaming, "Commander, the earth has rejected us!" And Erebus, he tried to vanish, but one of the fire spirits saw his shadow and burned it. The darkness recoiled. It no longer obeyed. Even the air began to scream his name. Hades! Hades! Then Hades moved. Just one step, but it was enough. To snap the mind of a soldier, to shatter the knee of the one who had carved the land as if sculpting his own thoughts. He struck the soil with his hand. A silent scream. Yet Koyus felt it in his marrow. He staggered, lost his balance, and a flame rose beneath him, not to scorch, but to carve into his flesh. Here fell the architect. The fracture began. Caesar's army no longer understood orders. Some attacked their own. The very crevices betrayed their creators. And Erebus tried to flee, but the shadows he once commanded no longer belonged to him. They turned into birds, whispering curses, circling him like a false name trapped in a will of truth. Then Hades spoke, his voice walking straight through the spines of his enemies. Those who play with fire remind it of its origin. Then silence, as if he gave them one final chance to flee from themselves. But the land, it sealed the door.
Chapter 90. The thunderbolt of glory, Zeus reaches for the sun.
Because lightning does not walk toward the light, it recreates it. The sky had known 1,000 storms, but what now unfolded was not a storm, it was a rewriting of meaning itself. The land had quieted, the sea had drowned in its own tension, but the sky bled. There, between fractured clouds, between a light now doubting whether it even deserved to shine, stood Zeus. He was no longer testing his power, he was remembering it. His hand, once still for an age, began to pulse again, as if holding the heart of the very first storm. And the thunderbolt? It wasn't blazing. It was waiting, glowing softly, ready to be reborn. Hyperion hadn't vanished. He had only grown more radiant. He raised his arm toward a sun that wasn't above him, but within him, and he shouted, each word striking like lightning, "If you are truly a god, survive my flare!" Then he unleashed it, the solar flare, not a light, but a punishment for anything that dared defy the day. The sky exploded, air evaporated. Clouds that didn't melt were reduced to ash, blinding ash. The winds no longer served any purpose. They didn't carry, they applauded. They clapped in all directions like witnesses of something no logic could explain. And yet, Zeus did not move. He stood at the center of fire, his body sculpted from silence that does not burn. His eyes, they did not blink, because one who has seen lightning from the inside fears no glow from outside. Then he extended his hand. There was no weapon in it, no power visible, only one thing older than both, the will to avenge. And he spoke, without sound, yet all galaxies heard him. Light is not born of flame, but of pain. If it endures, he summoned his thunderbolt. It didn't erupt from his hand, but from behind him, as if the sky itself had decided to gift him what it had never given to anyone before. The thunderbolt of Zeus, Generation 2. It did not burn. It taught fire the memory of its sin. It surged forward, tore through the void, and pierced the very pride of light. Hyperion screamed. His hand no longer held a sun, but a glow in retreat, remembering its first death. And he whispered, stepping back without showing defeat, "This is not lightning. This is forgiveness. Delayed so long, it chose vengeance instead." The shape of the sky changed. No longer blue, no longer red, but a canvas of fury painted with a bolt. And there stood Zeus, approaching the sun, not to extinguish it, but to teach it how to shine without burning. And now the question is no longer who will survive, but rather how much of the divine still carries light after lightning has passed through it.
Chapter 91. The Final Tide. The Fall of Perseus.
When the sea screams its last scream, and that alone is enough. This was not the only front burning. In the sky, lightning detonated and suns blazed. On land, shadows were flayed with fire, and mountains were ripped from their roots. But at sea, the sound was different, as if the entire planet was holding its breath. Because when the sea grows quiet, all other wars grow silent too. Perseus did not retreat. He had seen Thaumas fall, but he did not bend. Instead, he roared, a cry that summoned weapons untouched since the dawn of creation. He tore open depths known only to him and awakened the ocean's ancient arsenal, living shells, chains spun from lethal currents, and fish with no faces, but with thoughts older than fear. The remnants of his army gathered behind him. He raised his hand toward Poseidon and shouted, "If you are the sea, then I am your ancient curse." The tide changed. It became a storm crawling on its own skin. Even the ocean itself seemed to ache, as if a part of it no longer wished to fight, but had no choice. Poseidon remained silent, but he felt it. Something had provoked the very core of the deep. And then it appeared. The great black wave. A wave not seen, but felt. Rising from a depth beyond all depth, higher than the sun, descending upon life like an endless coffin. Perseus attacked. He hurled his ancient forces toward the sea's heart. But Poseidon did not strike with weapons. He released what he once called the reverse flood, a surge that does not push forward, but pulls everything downward. It swallows, it rips, it curses existence to return to before it ever began. The sky suffocated, the horizon shrank, and every battalion under Perseus was not drowned. They were erased from memory. And Perseus himself was trapped in the middle. Torn from his strength, his spear broken, his eyes wide open, watching as the sea whispered to him, "You fought like a king, but the sea bows to no one but itself." The final blow did not strike his head, nor his heart. Poseidon struck the source, the tide itself, and with that, sound shattered, and Perseus was undone, not dead, but hollowed. Like a warrior who no longer remembers why the war began. His army collapsed. Those who remained were stripped of their weapons, their purpose, their very selves. The sea fell silent, and Poseidon spoke, not with the voice of a victor, but of a god who had cleansed the world of its filth. Now, let the depths be still, for those who dared defy the sea have earned the punishment of being forgotten. And so the naval front ended. No fugitives, no survivors, only silence, sealed with a curse. On the horizon, the war still raged in the sky and on land. But the sea? The sea had closed its chapter and left behind a blank page upon which only one word remains: victory.
Chapter 92. A Hell That Does Not Forgive.
when the earth burned against Erebus. Because some shadows don't disappear, they get exposed by their own fire. There was no more doubt. At sea, Perses had fallen, and the armies of Thaumas followed him into the abyss of oblivion. The tide had calmed, but not out of peace. It was full, sated for now. On land, everything still bled. But it wasn't the blood of defeat. It was the blood of those too slow to realize that the war had already ended elsewhere, that it was their turn now to collapse. And in the sky was screaming. Zeus still chased Hyperion, and lightning cracked so violently it gave birth to stars. But here, on the ground, Hades no longer needed his helmet, nor his soldiers, nor even his voice, because hell had already been unleashed. Erebus was trying to marshal the shadows, to mold darkness back into form, but the shadows were turning on him. One of them cried, "Where is the light we used to flee? Everything is burning." Erebus choked on his own voice, as if something deep inside him was being snuffed out. "You don't need light," he said. "You were born to run from it." But the shadows no longer obeyed, because the fire that had come with Hades was no ordinary flame. It burned the intangible. It exposed the unspeakable. Then it turned on him. The fire itself attacked, as though it knew his true name, a name never spoken since that first betrayal. And before his own soldiers, his form was revealed. He was no longer a shadow, not even an absence, but something fragile, as if his entire legacy had been a trick of broken light. One of the soldiers, seeing their commander fully for the first time, whispered, This is the one we feared." Hades didn't wait. He raised his hand, and instead of a scream, he released names. Each name, a curse. Each curse, a soldier. And every soldier had once died. But now, they were back, not as what they were, but as monsters, faceless, fleshless, driven by one thing only, burning guilt. Erebus tried to vanish, but the very ground beneath him betrayed him. It lit up, not to burn him, but to expose him. Hades spoke, and his voice was not of war, but of finality. When nothing is left to lose, fire remains. Then he pointed, and from his fingertip, a split flame emerged, a blade torn from the heart of the underworld.
With one strike, he cut Erebus, not to kill, but to fracture, so that every shadow inside him tried to escape at once. Erebus didn't scream. He didn't beg. He didn't speak. He just melted into ash, ash no one claimed, no one buried, no one remembered. The front crumbled. Some of the soldiers took their own lives, others simply walked toward Hades' ranks, as if called by something they didn't understand. And the earth? It was no longer earth, it had become a corridor to hell. Every stone remembered. Every ember whispered the name of one who burned without farewell. Far away, the sea had gone silent, and the sky had grown more insane with every flash. It was as if the world itself was whispering, "Only they remain above, so who will fall last?"
Chapter 93. The Fall of Light, when flame breaks before thunder. For those who burn without right must be extinguished by the hand of the heavens. The sea had ended. Poseidon left it standing tall, the waves crawling behind him, afraid to delay their farewell to their master. The land had ended too. Hades walked away from Earth, leaving it to sigh through ash. The soldiers of the underworld still cursed every stone that refused to burn. There was only one front left now, the sky. But even it was broken. The clouds were shredded, the stars scorched, and the air itself sweated beneath the weight of fate yet to come. Hyperion no longer charged forward. He stood still, his arms raised to the heavens, as if begging the last remnants of sunlight to pour back into him. He roared, his voice flaying the silence of space. "I will not fall unless I burn, and I will not die until I set the sky on fire." And so he ignited. His body was no longer skin, but pure radiance, a dying sun vomiting its final rage. But Zeus did not flinch. He smiled. Yes, he smiled. For those who know true lightning do not fear light, no matter how loud it screams. He lifted his hand and clapped. Once, only once, but the sound tore the sky open. And from behind the thunder emerged something the wars had never seen. A tiger, not one of flesh, nor of flame, but made from pure lightning, the beast storms dreamed of, but never dared name. It leapt across the heavens, without wings, but its stride shredded the sky like claws across flesh. Its heart pulsed thunder, its eyes burned with the fury of every cloud that ever betrayed a storm. Hyperion screamed. "Nothing devours light. Light cannot be hunted." But the tiger did not listen. It wasn't made to argue. It was made to feed. And it pounced. The circles of light Hyperion had drawn to trap Zeus burst one by one, like balloons swollen with fear instead of fire. Then Zeus spoke, his voice a haze of justice. "Light is not taken, it is granted, and you stole it." The thunderbolt struck. It wasn't a sword, it wasn't a slap, it was a verdict. Hyperion fell. Yes, he fell as if even fire grew tired, as if the sun had finally admitted it had limits. His troops scattered, the light shattered, and for the first time, the sky was clear. Not blue, but a new color, the one that only appears after liars fall. Now the heavens opened their arms, not to anyone, but to the one who had earned them. And Zeus, he no longer looked upward. He stepped down, as if lightning had finished its war, and it was time to plant justice into the sky itself. Chapter 94. Captives beneath the thunder, when armies are marched into shame. Those who once painted destruction now march in line toward the pit. This wasn't the return of victory. It was the procession of a new order, marching over the ruins of those who just moments ago were masters of the world. In the sky a swarm moved, not like birds, but prisoners, herded beneath clouds too ashamed to weep. On land, bodies walked with no shadows, as if unworthy to be called soldiers anymore. In the sea, the waves were calm, but they spat onto the shore every traitor who had once dared to command them. Then came Zeus. At his front walked Hyperion, but he did not lead, he was led. He who once walked as a sun, whose light had once blinded the heavens, was now reduced to ash drifting in the wind, without purpose. His flaming hair had become a tangled mess of scorched threads, and his chest, no longer the cradle of fire, only a hollow vessel for shame. From the waves stood Poseidon, towering, and beneath him Perses and Thaumas. Perses, once the heir of raw devastation, the sea's unbreakable spear, now dragged his feet, his trident shackled between his hands, as if the sea itself had broken its oath to him. And Thaumas, once the ocean's sorcerer of terror, now trembled at the sound of blood-soaked sandals squelching beneath him, stripped of his magic, armed only with a fading memory, soon to burn in the abyss. Hades did not walk. He ushered the earth's wounds with reverence. And before him, Coeus and Erebus. Coeus, once a moving mountain, was now a bound boulder dragged like a walking accusation. And Erebus, he didn't appear, only his shadow. But even the shadow was shackled now, stuffed into the light of chains, writhing like it was choking on being seen for the first time. The air was heavy. All across Mount Olympus they stood, Metis, the sisters, the warriors, and the giants who once tasted humiliation. They clapped, not out of joy, but because for the first time they saw justice walking and time itself bound at the wrists. Demeter whispered, her eyes disbelieving, These are the ones we once feared to even name?" Hestia, her hand gripping a chain pushed toward Tartarus, answered, "Titans do not die. But today, we teach them how to be humiliated." Zeus raised his hand, just a gesture, and the legions of giants stepped forward. Their chains were not forged of iron, but of a past nailed into permanence. Poseidon turned and said, "We won't kill them. Let them live, to tell the underworld that the masters have changed." Hades laughed once, then turned to Erebus. "See, this isn't the end of the world, it's the beginning, without you." And so the great titans were dragged, one after another, as if they were symbols stripped of their names. And in the heart of the mountain, a gate cracked open, sealed by dread since the first age. They entered. None of them looked back. They passed through a corridor, black, unseen by any but those on Olympus. The clouds and giants returned, carrying the chains behind them, and silence devoured the air, as regret disappears into the pit of time. The prisoners, no longer gods, but a herd of fallen divinities, marched into a prison that does not record names, but swallows them. Thus, the war didn't end. A chapter was closed, and the prophecy began to whisper its true name. At last, Olympus became something else, a place that could strike fear into those who had never known what fear was. Chapter 95. The Roar Before the Blast. Cronus in the Mirror of Defeat. When a tyrant sees his own downfall, in the eyes of those he still commands, in a place untouched by day or night, where no seat existed but the throne, and the only light came from the shadow of time itself, Cronus sat. He could not be seen. He could only be felt. As though the very air aged the moment it entered the room, silence wrapped around him, not the peace of quiet, but the silence of storms before they scream. Then the bearer of news entered. His knees trembled, his voice quivered, as if he were about to inform a god that time itself had turned its back. He whispered, "They've fallen. All 3 fronts are burned." He said no more. He didn't need to. The air itself howled. And Cronus? He stood. Everything around him shattered. The stones, the air, even time itself. The entire world seemed to flinch, as if the cosmos had made a historical mistake. From deep within, his voice erupted, not from his mouth, but from a chest filled with curses. "Who?" The trembling voice replied. "They've all fallen. Hyperion, Coeus, Erebus, Perses, Thaumas, defeated by the children of the traitor." The wall behind him exploded, not by hand, but by fury. He roared, and the mountain trembled. He stomped, and the earth cracked for a heartbeat. Then he spoke, All of you, you're sons of disgrace. Who called you titans? Who gave you your names? You are lies I've walked with for far too long. But now, time belongs to me, and I will return it to the womb of terror. He struck the wall again, and it split like rotted flesh. Even the palace seemed to echo back in fear, as if the place itself had begun to dread its master. Then he commanded, "Call them, Crios, Iapetus, Atlas, Menoetius, every one of them still cursed by my will. Bring them now, or let their names be erased from the stones of this world." They entered, not like warriors, but like boulders breathing. They stood silent, but in that silence rage smoldered. Atlas spoke first, his voice heavy like the sky on his shoulders. "If you wish to strike, then strike." Iapetus answered, his open hands like daggers. "But this time, we fight not for your throne, but for our names. Names shattered in wars we never chose." Cronus stepped closer. Smoke clouded his eyes, refusing to clear. "You have no choice," he said. "If I fall, you fall with me. But if we win, then the cosmos will rewrite its beginning in my image. This war will not be declared as defense, but as vengeance for a universe that dared to betray me." Crios looked at him, then finally said, "Then let it be the final war." Cronus smiled, but it wasn't a smile. It was a crack in the face of wrath. He laid his hand upon a map skinned from the gods of old, and declared, "We will divide the earth. We will burn the skies. We will shatter the sea, and hang their corpses on the axis of time, so history learns never to forget my name again." And so it was. In the heart of a night where only the breath of traitors could be heard, what remained of the Titans gathered, not out of loyalty, but because they hated defeat more than they hated one another. A growl rose from the mountain itself. No one heard it, but it entered the bones of the heavens, a growl that said, "The flood has not yet begun." Chapter 96. The Proclamation of Thunder. Zeus ignites the final decision. A victory is not a victory unless the head of time is severed. It was not evening. It was not dawn. It was that rare moment when time itself paused, awaiting the hand that would cut its thread. Zeus stood at the center of the high hall. He wore no crown. He stood beneath no plume of glory. He was stripped of everything except resolve. His face carved from stone, his eyes made of lightning, his chest a battlefield awaiting its next wound. He spoke, not with the tone of command, but with the certainty of fate. "We have not won. We merely silenced fronts that weren't enough. This war does not end with a partial fall. Cronus must bow, or be erased." The hall fell silent, but every gaze caught fire. Metis stepped forward. Her face didn't show fear. It was a mirror of what was to come. "If you go alone," she said, "you will not all return. Cronus is not alone, and those with him are not ashes. Atlas, Iapetus, Menoetius, Crios, they are still bones that remember how to break." Hestia cut in, her voice like an icy bolt. "Then we'll fight beside you," Demeter added, fire rising in her chest. "Our blood was not spilled to stain these mountain walls. It's a promise, still waiting to be fulfilled."
Metis looked to the skies. "Even the eagles," she said, "circle now, as if awaiting a signal."
But Zeus said nothing. He only looked at his brothers, Hades, smiling as if something ancient had returned. Poseidon, adjusting the strap of his spear, as though he didn't care who agreed or who didn't. Finally, Zeus spoke, his voice like a sky that had once shattered and would never break again. So be it. Fight, but not all of you. Some must guard Olympus, and someone must shut the gate, if we fall. Metis replied, her voice soaked in blood and oath. You will not die, but we will ensure you don't return alone. Zeus raised his hand. Suddenly, the eagles took flight from the peaks. The giants rose, as if released from an ancient binding. In the courtyard, the soldiers began stomping the ground. No screams, only rhythm, a rhythm preparing to become a flood. Poseidon ran his hand along the edge of his spear. It's time for the sea to explode in the faces of those who forgot its taste. Hades lowered his helmet over his skull. This is not the time of the dead, but the time of those who know how to live after every fire. Then, Zeus signaled. No one knew what the gesture meant, but all began to move, and so the war had not begun yet, but all of Olympus decided to detonate. And the sky? It would no longer be a haven for calm, but a stage for the fall of those who once believed time could not fall.
Chapter 97, The Fire and Mind Strategy, when war is drawn on maps of fear. Some battles are not won with power, but with the right reading of the abyss. No one spoke, yet every breath in the room was poised, ready to erupt. Metis stood in the center of the hall, as if the mind of Olympus itself had taken a feminine form that did not smile. I have no certainty, she said, but sometimes fear tells the truth more than 1,000 maps. She raised her hand. Not flame, not light, but echoes of battles yet to come appeared on the wall behind her, a tapestry of ash and possibility. Her voice was not loud, but it struck like honesty whipped raw. Cronus will not wait. He may strike first, believing that 3 fronts will confuse us, as we once confused him. She paused. Then her tone sharpened, slicing silence like a blade. But we will not wait for betrayal. We strike first. We surprise him before he binds them with a new prophecy. She stepped toward the circle etched into the floor, and with a quiet authority, she raised her hand again. Let me show you the powers of those you will face. Not because I stand above you, but because while you fought, I watched. While you built, I studied. Cronus is not just the lord of time. He is a fracture that will never mend, a blow that offers no warning. Then, she began naming them as if reading from a forgotten scripture. Iapetus, the striker of depths. When he hits, his echo returns a century later. Crius, the crusher. No mercy, no patience. Atlas, the mountain that will not fall. They say he was once imprisoned, but truth is, he merely rested. Menoetius, he is not a foe, but a curse. Pure pride, unspoiled by wisdom. Then she turned to face them, and in a voice like the quiet end of the world, she said, Against these, 1 front is not enough, so we open 3, and we break them all at once. Her eyes found Zeus. It's not enough to fight. You must know whom you face. She stepped to the war table and placed a stone on each of the 3 fronts. The sea will become the graveyard of Iapetus and Crius. The land will face Atlas and Menoetius, and the sky must burn above Cronus himself. Then she lifted her gaze. Zeus, if you want to win this war, make them face the one they never expected. A rare silence. Not hesitation,
but reverence for a mind that does not err twice. Hades did not look at her. He stared at the floor, his voice rising like flame from beneath the earth. This time, we will not die waiting for a decision. I agree. Poseidon slammed his spear against the stone edge of the table, his voice like the tide making its decree. For the first time, I feel the current on our side. I agree. Then all eyes turned to Zeus. Lightning flickered, not from his mouth but from his silence. He stepped forward. No plan is won without us. No war declared unless by us. We are the three, and we agree. Metis closed her eyes for a breath, then whispered, as if ending a prayer before the slaughter, "From here, the war begins." No weapon had yet been drawn. No horn had yet been sounded. But Olympus was already bleeding silence, the kind that sounds like a coming storm.
Chapter 98. The Final Trumpet. The gods' armies roar before the sky explodes. When the path catches fire, before the heavens themselves erupt. This was no mere mobilization. It was a proclamation of a new existence marching toward its reckoning. Olympus trembled, not from an earthquake, not from a curse, but from a sound that echoed like the roar of ages waking from slumber. The armies rose, the Sky Legion, Zeus, and around him no halo of gold, but a radiance like a kind of light that hadn't yet been discovered. He did not ride, he walked, as if the earth was unworthy to carry him, and the clouds waited, silent, obedient for his command. Behind him soldiers marched, their eyes burning, their breath sparking, each step pounding the horizon like war drums heralding the end. One of the falcons looked skyward and whispered, "Today, lightning doesn't burn, it ignites." The Sea Legion, Poseidon, surrounded by a killer's blue, but it wasn't water, it was the hue of unforgivable drowning. He stood atop a reversed tide, flanked by his falcon squadrons, cutting through the wind as if slicing it open. His voice wasn't a wave, it was the ocean itself, furious and without edges. He raised his trident, and the depths beneath him split. "Today," he said, "those who don't know the flood will be sculpted from mud that was never meant to live." The Land Legion. Hades. He did not emerge. Hell emerged with him. A black aura surrounded him, but in its core burned a pale fire, not flame, but some warped light from a hell not yet designed. Beside him, Briareus and Cottus, the Hecatoncheires, not giants, fronts of war, their bodies no longer flesh, but pulsing stone, shoulders erupting in red comets, as if their chests became furnaces and their limbs curses forged into shape. Briareus lifted one of his 100 hands and growled, "We carry no weapons, because we have become the weapon." Cottus answered, his voice the collision of worlds. "Every strike is born from us. Every curse grows inside us." And so, the three armies moved, as if entire universes were marching toward their final home. Their footsteps, a sound never heard before. Their presence, a prophecy, no longer whispered by time, but carved directly into the dirt of fate. Above, falcons filled the skies. Below, oceans thundered. Across the plains, flames bloomed. Olympus faded behind them. But what remained was enough to make the world understand. The hour of the end had begun its walk. The armies had not yet arrived, but the ground beneath them had already begun to wail. And the battle, it wasn't about to begin, it was about to detonate.
Chapter 99. Fire upon the ruins. Kronos divides his final dreams. When a throne has nothing left but its claws. It was neither morning nor night. It was something in between, a time born from the ash that comes before the great ignition. Kronos stood in the center of the hall. He did not sit. He did not breathe, as if even the air had turned against him. Then came the news. The armies of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had moved. They were advancing, carving a path toward the end. He did not shout, not at first. Instead, he grabbed an ancient dagger, drove it into the stone table before him, and with its blade, he began to draw the map of war. Silence fell. Atlas, Minoetius, Iapetus, Creus. They all stared at the map, not as a strategy, but as fate made visible, etched into rock. But silence does not last long around gods. Iapetus slammed his fist onto the table. "The sea," he growled. "It will write my name in blood, not in wave." Creus ran his hand across his neck, voice low and venomous. "The son of Tide will drown before he finishes his name. Let me extinguish him, like I once extinguished the moon."
Minoetius smiled, not with joy, but with the hunger of war.
"I don't want Hades bound. I want his body charred beyond recognition." And Atlas? He didn't even glance at the map. He simply muttered, "I am the mountain, and those who approach will be buried beneath my shadow." Kronos smiled, thinly, wordlessly, then spoke in a voice like death, pulling up a chair. "In the sea, Iapetus, Creus, you are the waves that never learned to break. You will face the son of Tide and the falcon legion. I want the sea itself to choke on your wrath. On land, Atlas, Minoetius, you need no one to teach hell how to burn. Before you, Hades, with the Hecatonchires, Briareus, and Cottus. I don't want a victory. I want the earth to regret that it was not born a grave. And in the sky, me. Zeus dares rise to meet me. Let him come. I'll show him how time is torn from the heart, how lightning can be strangled before it's even born." Then he raised the dagger again and plunged it into the heart of the table, marking the center of the battlefield. "This is not a war," he said. "This is a purge." Then it began, the rally. Legions poured out of the halls, weapons were sharpened, banners rose, and the ground itself began to quake as it never had before.
The sky above his camp was no longer blue. It had turned to molten iron, as if rage had rewritten the face of heaven. Kronos stepped onto the platform, not as a king, but as the final chapter of a throne, ready to die. Behind him, all that remained of the Titans. Before him, an army who knew one truth: time will either break or break them. He declared, "This is not a war against my sons. It is a war against betrayal, born in the hour of my children's birth. You are not warriors. You are the truth, waiting to return. If we fall, history will not remember, because we will be erased from pages, from memory, from breath. It's us, or the children of the traitor, those time won't bury. I will." And then he roared. A roar not of courage but of command. It tore through flesh, shook the mountains, split the plains, and awoke hatred from its slumber. Thus, the map was done. Execution began. Kronos had dealt the curse and unleashed the last of his dreams. The armies lined up, the sky twisted, the earth stopped waiting, and on that day, no banner was raised,
only hatred, marched forward on feet that never planned to return.
Chapter 100 whispers of the world, when those who do not fight watch the end unfold. When the earth speaks and the sky holds its breath. There was no silence. The screaming began before the swords did. The heavens gasped. Even the underworld held its breath. Everything in creation was rising, except the answer. That had not yet been written. But the world was preparing to shatter. On Mount Olympus, Metis sat, gazing into the horizon, not to read the sky, but to read the hearts of those she loved. Beside her stood her three sisters, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. At first, only silence. Then Hestia spoke, her voice like a prayer not offered to gods, but planted deep into the soil. If one of them falls, the flame on the altar will not survive. Demeter added, and life in the seed will not return. Hera whispered, eyes wet, and I will no longer be me. Metis closed her eyes as if to fold the pain inward. Prophecies never lie, she said, but they never tell us how. Let us wait. Far away, in a valley carved by time, Themis leaned against a cracked stone. Beside her, Phoebe and Thea. Phoebe ran her fingers through the sand and murmured, I can feel it. The prophecy is moving. Something once hidden is now laid bare. Themis laid her palm on the earth. Soon we'll know who was right. Thea said nothing, but a tear formed in her eye, the kind only shed by those who already know the truth and understand it needs no words. At the edge of the world, where there is neither mountain nor sea, only memory breathing through stone, Prometheus sat on a cracked boulder, gazing at the sky. He spoke only to himself. I told you, the world cannot be built on fear, nor should it be watered with the blood of brothers. You needed fire, so I gave it to you, and now here you are, burning. He smiled, but it wasn't a smile of triumph. It was the smile of one who knows. Truth arrives late, but it arrives. And deeper still, in a cavern untouched by light, Rhea sat, holding the hand of an old priestess. Do you hear it? She asked. The earth is breathing. The priestess replied, Is it angry? Rhea answered softly, I don't know, but I hope, this time, it gives birth to something new. She closed her eyes and prayed. No one could say whether it was a prayer or a prophecy. In the roots beneath it all, Gaia stirred. She did not speak. She did not scream. But the earth trembled as if a mother had finally decided to awaken. Her first step was an earthquake. Her silence was an oath, and on the peak of the mountain, where the Old One, unnamed for many chapters, sat once more, he watched with the three, Brontes, Steropes, and Argus. Their silence wasn't peace, it was the sound of something not yet born. One of them asked, Do you think they'll win? The Old One replied, That's not the question. Then what is? He answered, The question is, will the world remain the same if they do? And they all went quiet, as if even speaking had become a crime in a time when only weapons were allowed to speak. And so, in every corner of this world, in every forgotten crack of time, someone whispered, someone wept, someone remembered, or someone simply sat, because what was coming was not merely a war. It was the birth of a new world, one that might not remember those who brought it into being.
Chapter 101. From War of the Titans, Clash of Weapons, and the Fall of Time. The earth trembles when wrath descends from the mountain. It wasn't the beginning of battle, it was the birth of the battlefield. Here, armies don't march. They are pulled forward by the hatred rooted deep within their bones. Through the thick veil of mist, Atlas emerged. He did not walk. He crashed his steps into the ground, like mountains dropping earthquakes. His hand clenched around a black axe, and his eyes, they didn't look forward. They carved a new hell into the future. To his right, Menetius. Silence moved beside him, but behind him there was a roar that could not be seen. The kind of creature that lacks reason, fights not for victory, but simply to prove that violence alone is enough of a reason to live. Their soldiers followed, not walking but stabbing the earth with each step, as if teaching it how to scream before it dies. The wind changed. The color of the air changed. Everything began to feel like rage just before it explodes. And then the horizon split open. Hades emerged, not as a god, but as an ancient punishment written down when the first crime in history was committed. His face, a shadow of burning coal. His steps, stains of celestial rot. And the air around him, it shrank, as if the cosmos itself refused to breathe in his presence. Behind him, Briareus, Cottus, the Hecatonchires, the 100-handed giants. Their bodies were not born, they were carved, from molten rock too afraid to cool. Each one of them a furnace, exhaling fire not from their mouths, but from the deepest part of their chests. Not ordinary flames, but fire born from the heart, forged in every curse left to rot in their bones when the heavens betrayed them. And when they faced each other, words didn't come first, eyes did. Atlas stared straight at Hades, unblinking. You killed Menthis. You knew he had no weapon to match your power. You didn't want a battle, you wanted a crime. Hades smiled, not with mockery, but with the kind of smile that only exists seconds before a throat is slit. I didn't kill him because he was weak. I killed him because he dared to dream in a world that devours dreamers. Menetius stepped forward. His voice was deeper than volcanoes. Today, no one among us will die. We will all die, so that the dirt itself chooses whose hatred will grow again. Hades laughed. Once, but it wasn't human. Then he said, We'll see which one of you survives to tell the tale. And then the eyes fell silent, but the throats began to scream what words could not carry. Here the drums rose, beating like the hearts of gods bracing to explode. Chants from both sides of the battlefield, as though the mountains themselves were howling through the mouths of soldiers. The giants stomped the ground with titan feet. The 100-handed clapped 100 strikes all at once, and the air boiled. The moment caught fire. Everything was ready, except mercy. Chapter 102. The sea erupts when the waves grow teeth. The oceans do not split unless they carry a curse. The sea was still, but stillness is never peace. It is a trap, waiting for the first sound to shatter it. And on that morning, a morning that did not feel like morning, an army rose from depths never meant to be seen. From the abyss came Iapetus, the one who strikes from below, a weapon not forged but unearthed beneath the bones of the world, a limb carved in hatred, a boulder that refuses to melt. He did not walk. He tore through the waves with his body, as if the sea forgot its own laws the moment it saw the one who had returned to punish it. At his side was Creus, a storm that had lost its sun. He walked atop the water as though the ocean itself had bowed to his presence. Behind him, he dragged a long shadow made of old grudges, each drop of water in his body craving to become a blade. The sea split, but no prophet emerged. What came forth was hatred the size of a continent. Behind them, an army the color of ash. No banners, no songs, only eyes that could see nothing, but Poseidon's head skewered on a spear. Then a sound shook the skies. It wasn't birdsong. It was as if thunder itself had learned how to fly. The eagle squadron descended. Wings trailing lightning, eyes not searching the heavens but hunting death in the deep. Suddenly, the sea trembled, then split, and split again. Poseidon emerged, as if the tide itself had chosen to die just to make way for him. He held his trident, but it wasn't made of metal. It was carved from a seabed that once cracked open and birthed a god. His eyes were blue, but they did not see. They judged. A dark hue circled the sapphire in his gaze, a color not born of light but of wrath. The water around him did not wet, for it knew it would not survive. And then he stood still. Between him and his enemies was not a sea of water, but a sea of pure hatred. Iapetus sneered. You are what the ocean tried to give birth to, and all it got was shame. Poseidon answered, his voice cutting through chests, not ears. And you were devoured by the abyss, then spat back out, just to rot beneath the sun. Creus laughed, arms wide open. I love killing a god when drowning is his own choice. But Poseidon didn't laugh. He simply said, I don't drown. I am the one who created drowning. Then the cries rose. Water filled with screams. The eagles began their circle overhead, and droplets ran down divine fingers. But the war had not yet begun. That moment was just the breath before the ocean took its first gulp of blood. And so the two fronts stood. The sea inhaled, waiting for the one who would silence the waves first. Chapter 103. Lightning Above Time. Zeus Ascends. When the god rose, it was to shatter the very hand that made him. The sky was not blue. It looked torn from a forgotten dream and died with a fury no creature on earth could understand. Cronus appeared, not as a father, not as a king, but as a corpse that refused to be buried. Beneath him, the legions of the Titans stretched like a storm without end. Behind him, shadows with no names. Soldiers of time, not bearing faces, but only echoes of who they were when tyranny first drew breath. Cronus stood at the edge of the sky, his hand prying open the fabric of time like a wound forced to speak. And his voice wasn't a voice. It was command, undeniable. I have come to rewrite, he declared. Those who thought lightning would rule will be the first to fade at the taste of a true storm. The winds ignited. The air itself began to choke. Every breath in the heavens turned against Zeus. But Zeus had already chosen. The light cracked open, and through it, he rose. No wings, no crown. Only lightning, held as if it were a heart still beating. Zeus did not descend. He ascended, as though the sky had always been waiting to open for him alone. His aura wasn't gold, it was the first light, the one that stabbed the dark when life first dared to exist. Behind him came legions, uncountable, faceless, but their eyes held thunder, and that was enough to make time itself stutter. He approached, said nothing, just looked. Then, one step forward, his right hand empty, yet space recoiled as if struck. He spoke, and it was not a voice. It was a lightning bolt, sharpened into a sentence. Cronus, when you swallowed my brothers, I was learning how to forge lightning. When you cursed the hours and broke the day, I was gathering a single moment to drive it into your heart. When you tore my mother with a gaze that knew no mercy, I was learning how to tear your chest open without regret. You call yourself Lord of Time? Fine, but when time begins to rot, it is not worshipped, it is slaughtered. Then he raised his hand, and the sky lit up without permission, as if light itself had waited centuries for that one command.
Cronus laughed, but it wasn't a human laugh, nor that of a god. It was the sound of memory breaking, of time forgetting itself. The sound walls make when they don't know where they began or how they'll end. He spoke, his voice slicing the air. When you crawled from the womb of the traitor, I wrapped time around your neck like a leash. When I stopped the seconds, I saw you squirm in the earth's belly, and I laughed. Because you had nothing, only waiting. You think you forged lightning? I forged the night itself, the night your lightning needs to be seen. I shattered the future into shards, then redrew it as a shackle on the wrist of every newborn. Yes, you broke the leash, but those who break time's leash do not set themselves free. They open the gate to the curse. Now, I will break the neck. I will return lightning to its shadow, rebellion to its grave, and the sky to its rightful god. And in that moment, the clouds fell silent. It was not peace, it was the breath before devastation. The air split, the stars recoiled, the heavens were never meant to hold two gods, nor two screams. Then the moment exploded, but without a sound, as if even fear itself had backed away. And that was the end of the threat, the beginning of the clash, a war not yet written. Chapter 104. First Blood. When the earth gasps and the soil is slain. Those who didn't die waiting were slaughtered by the first blow. The first scream tore through the air like the ripping of an ancient pact. Words no longer fit the scene. The moment didn't begin, it detonated, as if every grain of dust had been holding its breath for the massacre to begin. And now it had. The soldiers of Hades did not walk. They poured, like a curse dripping from the mouth of the underworld. Their faces could not be seen, hidden beneath the fear they had sown into their enemies for centuries. Their bodies were sculpted from shadow, and their silhouettes arrived first, heralds of horrors that would never be told. At the front, the fire-born giants, Briareus and Cottus, not men, not beasts, but crawling volcanoes. Every step opened a crater, every roar lit air no one could see. Each hand gripped a boulder, each boulder pulsed with flame, each flame born from a wrath that hadn't cooled since the first betrayal. Each curse they hurled was a nail driven into those who dared oppose them. Then they clashed. The two armies collided like galaxies, tearing through the laws of time itself. Menuceus's warriors came in stone, bodies like granite, breath forged from steel. They were born from violence, raised in caves where only strength spoke, their chests armored, their eyes incapable of retreat. They charged, not to fight, but to punish the world for existing. Atlas's soldiers? They were not soldiers. They were eruptions on strings, feet ripping soil from its roots, weapons inked with the signature of vengeance.
The sky turned grey from the weight of the dust. No one knew who was killing whom, or how many corpses still stood. The ground groaned beneath the weight of it all. Hades stood motionless. His eyes, however, ignited wildfires in any soul foolish enough to approach. His right hand clutched his spear. His left rested on the earth, as if whispering to it, "Swallow the ones who do not belong to hell." Menuceus spun across the battlefield like a wolf. He didn't fight blindly. He chose who would die and sent his hunters to strip them of breath. As for Atlas, he didn't need to get close. From a distance, he hurled mountains, launched them like arrows sharpened by rage. His voice wasn't heard, but the rocks spoke it for him. Every boulder that fell whispered, "Atlas." The battle became fire with legs. There was no music, only the whistle of blood and the moan of broken stone. Bodies were butchered, the soil churned with a new color, and time itself began to back away, as if terrified it might be forced to choose a side. Thus, the war entered its second chapter, not by treaty, but by slaughter. No one remembered why it had started. Only madness remained, and it was in command, and first blood was only the beginning. Chapter 105. The Blue Struggle, when waves speak with the tongue of wounds. This sea does not forgive those who forget how to swim in their own blood. It wasn't a skirmish, it was a rupture in the memory of the ocean. The waves didn't wait for commands. The spears didn't ask the gods for permission. As soon as eyes met, the soldiers collided, like the tide exploding in the face of the islands. The battlefield turned into a weave of screams, as though the throne of the sea decided to exile everything that floated above it. Then came the Eagle Squadron. They didn't descend like birds. They plunged, like insults forged from iron. Each eagle was a wing, but the wing itself became a blade, slicing the wind into ribbons. Their cries weren't calls, they were spells of war, ripping through the air with talons that searched not for feathers, but for flesh. From the depths rose the soldiers of Iapetus and Creus, as if summoned from a curse with no race, no form, only fury. Some had arms like fangs, others wore skin of scaled salt, dripping with venom and regret. Their weapon was simple. They didn't die until they devoured. The two forces met. It wasn't battle, it was consumption, mutual drowning. Every corpse that sank dragged one enemy down with it. One eagle shrieked as he tore open the chest of a marine beast. "If the strike doesn't kill him, let the wave finish the job." Another laughed, though no one could tell if it was a laugh or the snapping of his wing as it bled. Then came the distant strikes. From high above the waters, Creus spun his staff. Circles of water formed around him, rising, converging, then lashing down like whips from a wrathful sea. And Iapetus, he didn't swing weapons. He sliced the ocean with his fists. He carved trenches in the tide and exhaled darkness from his palms, summoning watery storms that swallowed not just bodies, but the screams with them. Poseidon did not move. He stood still, watching, like a god savoring the collapse of the storm's first trial. Each time a bird fell, he shouted. Each time an eagle's chest cracked, his hand rose, followed by a blue bolt, as if the sea itself was punishing its own soldiers to wake them. The commanders had not yet clashed, but the scent of their arrival walked upon the waves, like the smell of war slithering through a narrow alley in the chest of legend. The ocean was not witnessing, it was fighting. Ships shattered, Waves consumed waves, as if the sea had grown tired of itself and decided to eat its children. In a single moment, a column of water exploded. From beneath it, a soldier without a head, and above him, an eagle bleeding from its wing, and behind them, the shadow of Iapetus laughing, as if every drop of blood that spilled washed away a piece of his hatred. Thus, the war at sea began, but the blood was not red. It was blue, and in every shade of that blue was a scream no one remembered and a wound still trying to float. No one could tell who was screaming, who was drowning, who was killing, and who was begging to die. This was only the first ripple of hell. Chapter 106. Soldiers of the Throne. When the sky has no skin left to shield it. The sky was not a passage for winds. It had become a trap for madness. And then, collision. A single scream split the silence, and fury came crashing down like a storm long denied. One of Cronus's soldiers lunged at a son of Zeus, grabbing his wing from behind and driving a spear into his side. But the wound ignited, lightning flared from within, and the attacker exploded into ash before he could even smirk. Another warrior of Olympus spiraled through the air, then plunged like a living thunderbolt. He struck his opponent's chest, armor incinerated, fragments of time itself scattered with the blow. Elsewhere, two wings clashed, then parted. One soldier thought he had won, only to realize too late that his opponent's blade had pierced him from behind, silently, fatally. A rumble roared through the heavens. Spears of wind sliced the air. Shadow soldiers unleashed black clouds, but they vanished, devoured by the lightning-born wings of Olympus. One of Cronus's men leapt over 3 enemies, spinning like a tempest, driving a swirling spear into the chest of one, but the second caught him by the legs and hurled him toward a blazing sun. He melted before he could scream. 3 Olympians attacked from above, the flank and the rear, but a temporal storm swept through, shattering time itself between them. They vanished into 3 separate eras, never to return. The crackle of wings clashing echoed like hell, laughing. A soldier dove into the heart of the clouds, then emerged as a javelin, piercing his foe from skull to gut, disappearing again in a flash of thunder. Another caught the thread of a storm, leapt through it, and wielded it as a whip, coiling it around his enemy's neck, pulling until bones burst into the wind. One from the enemy lines feigned defeat, spinning mid-air like a cyclone, driving twin daggers of ice into the lungs of his foe, then whispered, "Breathe silence instead, son of Olympus." But just as the sky began tilting toward the favor of Olympus, Cronus raised the sickle. It wasn't a weapon, it was a wound carved across creation itself, and as he lifted it, he howled, his voice splitting bone. "Sons of the traitor, I'll make the sky vomit you out, just as the earth spat me into exile. Anyone who speaks the name Zeus, I'll sever them like a cord of betrayal." With a single swing, the clouds burst. The sky itself split open. Dozens of Zeus's warriors fell from the heights, as if the sickle had not cut air, but sliced their lifespans from the roots. A single scream echoed. Then silence. A silence so heavy, it felt like the funeral of lightning. Half the army burned, without flame. Scattered, without farewell. The wind carried their ashes like a promise of oblivion. And high above, Zeus watched. He saw it all, the storm in his eyes, not ready yet.
He didn't speak. He didn't roar. But the air gasped, and the sky gasped with it, because the fury within the lightning had awakened, and now it descends. If you've made it this far, then you are truly a seeker of knowledge. Support this journey with a kind word, a simple like, or even a small subscription, for its impact is far greater than you think. Your voice is the one that keeps this saga alive.
Chapter 107. The Great Collision. When Doomsday walked on 2 feet. While the sea roared like a beast gone mad, and the sky tore itself apart in a clash of lightning and time, the earth beneath was bleeding. Not from cracks, but from its titans. It burned in blind silence. The war of soldiers was no longer enough. Curses spilled beyond the horizon, and the land itself demanded to see the gods of battle. Atlas came first, not rising from earth but falling from the air. He leapt from a flaming ridge, raining volcanic boulders upon the Hecatoncheires, 100-handed giants. It was as if mountains themselves had shattered and become missiles of endless wrath. Briareus answered lightning with lightning, one arm of flame, one of stone, a third that slapped the clouds from the sky. But Atlas would not break. He struck, vanished, reappeared behind them, a rage that could not rest. Cautus was a roar with no mouth. He smashed the ground and split it open, lashed Atlas with chains of fire, then lifted him, bare and screaming, from the sky, down into the underworld. And Menetius, he walked alone, his face hidden, wrapped in shadow. But every step he took made the earth groan. He raised one arm, and the horizon shook. He struck the ground. 3 fault lines cracked open. Then he charged toward Hades. But Hades did not retreat. He opened his arms, and from beneath him, flame erupted. It was not fire. It was hell itself, opening its gates. They collided. 2 shades of fire, 2 worlds of fury clashing. Nothing could resemble what was born from that contact. The first blow tore the battlefield apart. The second scattered soldiers like dust in the wind. The third slowed time itself, as if history paused just to witness this reckoning. Menetius fought with fists of living stone, his voice a scream older than memory, his vision blood, his chest pulsing not with life, but eruption. He struck Hades with all he had. Hades replied, not with fear, but with a blade of smoke, and a strike born in the abyss. The air around them turned black and aflame, a blinding void where only fire remained visible, trying to understand who, between them, ruled the underworld. The soldiers had forgotten their commanders. They had become the storm, creatures of shadow, titans of sparks, burning corpses that rose again to fight once more. Screams came not from mouths, but from bodies tearing themselves apart to keep fighting. The clash of weapons sounded like the earth weeping. The scent of battle wasn't gunpowder, it was scorched flesh, blood that evaporated before it could spill. Nothing on land felt real anymore. It was as if Doomsday itself had stood up and walked. Its name, Hades, its shadow, Menetius. And beneath their feet, an army not fighting for victory. Chapter 108. The Wrath of Spears. When the leaders rise. When the sea strikes its own heart, on land, hell was growing, as if the earth itself had become pregnant with fire. In the sky,
Time screamed between the fangs of thunder, but here, in the sea, the water began to erupt from within, as if the curse had chosen to begin from its own womb. Krios tore open the sea from one end and roared, "Show me, son of the traitor, how you scream when you drown." He hurled a spear forged from frozen abyss. It struck the water in front of Poseidon, shattering the wave, its bubbles exploding like buried rage. Poseidon answered, not with a word, but by ripping his trident from his side and slashing it across the water. The sea split in two, as if the weapon had whispered a curse of division into its tides. From behind, Iapetus lunged, his spear like a tree that had killed itself from the root. But Poseidon swung the shield of the wave, and the metallic head of the spear shattered before it met flesh. Krios didn't wait. He leapt above the surface, spiraling a column of water around him like a whip, then lashed it down on Poseidon's shoulder. A dozen liquid rings exploded around the impact, as if pain had found a shape and buried itself in water. Poseidon screamed and stabbed his trident into the sea itself. From beneath him surged a whale, sculpted from rock, launched like a bullet toward Krios. The Titan deflected it with a swirling vortex, but the tail clipped his side and the pain rippled outward. Iapetus threw his massive blade like an arrow. It struck a rock, ricocheted, and Poseidon, seizing the moment, rode the wave's recoil and thrust his trident toward Iapetus's exposed belly. The Titan pulled back just in time. Only a shallow gash, but the blood was hot, and it flowed. Krios dove beneath, vanished, and reappeared behind Poseidon, wrapping his neck with a blade of sharpened water. But Poseidon thrust his trident backward, piercing Krios's leg. A cry ripped through the ocean, loud enough to awaken the sea itself. Another strike came, from above this time. A triple spiral, water, fire, and force, launched from Iapetus's shoulders. It struck a squad of winged eagles, set their feathers ablaze, and sent them tumbling like ash across the tides. Poseidon saw, and what he saw could not be endured. He clenched his trident within a grip of liquid fury and hurled it skyward. But the thunderbolt fell not from the sky, it crashed into the bottom of the sea. Everything detonated. The sea convulsed, as if it was vomiting its entire hatred at once, and in this blue inferno, the battle still held balance. But Krios, he began to limp, and the waves were turning black, and so, in the heart of the ocean, the scene faded, but the tide did not, and the war had yet to name a victor. Chapter 109. Time Screams, When the Gods Collide. When lightning strikes the sickle, and the sky becomes the battlefield of judgment. Below, the underworld drank from the bleeding earth. Across the sea, the flood drowned in its own waves. But above it was time for thrones to speak. Zeus surged upward, lightning sword in hand. Not a blade, but an answer. The only answer to a question lodged in the throat of the sky since the birth of eternity. He spoke, not with rage, but with vengeance forged in silence. "Come, filthy father of time! Come, rapist of history! I won't merely kill you, I will reshape the heavens from your ruin!" Cronus smiled. He raised the sickle, and in the very next breath, blade met blade. Not steel against steel, but a quake in the sky, an explosion without fire, an end to a belief. The heavens shuddered. The roof of the cosmos cracked. Cronus snarled, "You were a blemish when you were born. You'll die a weakness at the end of time. You want the throne? Then rip out your own guts first." He charged. From above, the sickle descended. Not a weapon, but fury liquefied into a blade. Zeus swerved. From the ground below, a spark of lightning surged upward, intercepting the fall. Cronus spun behind him, cutting the air like a ghost with a hidden knife. Zeus soared overhead, cast a bolt from his left shoulder. It pierced the clouds and burned into his father's back, like a vengeance that had waited too long. Fists collided, sky cracked. Cronus raised his hand, and for a second, time itself split into two visions. The eye saw, but could not understand. Zeus moved, as if tearing through the fabric of stillness. The sickle followed. Like a murderous shadow, the heavens gasped as sword clashed with sickle once more, a detonation of thunder that scorched the wings of the night. But Cronus did not fall back. He turned, spat into the void, and hissed, "Your blade hesitates like you. Even your future son will be too ashamed to speak your name." A sudden kick to Zeus's chest hurled him to the edge of the clouds, but he launched back like a thunderbolt. Right hand a fist of fire, left hand a beam of fury. He struck Cronus in the face, lightning piercing his temple. The sickle spun and scraped Zeus's shoulder. It didn't cut, but carved a wound that looked like the door to a scar that would never heal. Cronus seized Zeus by the leg mid-air and dragged him downward, plunging him into a vortex of reversed time. But Zeus broke free, struck his father in the chest with his foot, and fired a storm of lightning straight from his eye. The sky became drums, clouds shattered like ancient bones, and in the distance a whisper reached the throne. "Those untouched by lightning shall be devoured by time." In that height, no one watches except time. No one rules except the one who doesn't fall. And the screams of the gods had become the music of war. Chapter 110. The Third Flame. When the dead return to finish the massacre. A burst beneath the ashes, and a corpse returns to settle the score. The battles had reached a fever pitch. In the skies, Zeus tore clouds apart with bolts of fury. In the sea, Poseidon's trident carved through waves like serrated knives. And on the earth, hell exhaled through every crack, wearing many faces. Here, in the dirt soaked with blood and fire, the war was no longer a story. It was scripture, carved in molten stone. Atlas, still standing, still striking. Blow after blow, tireless, merciless. Briareus and Cotus, giants of 100 hands, refused to fall, refused to yield. Their arms, machines of ancient wrath, struck with purpose. They hadn't come for battle, they had come to bury thrones. Each strike from Atlas cracked valleys into the warfield. Each reply from the giants ignited the battlefield. Fire poured from mouths, from feet, from the very breath, as if every stone had become a cauldron, as if every exhale summoned hell. This was no longer a fight between bodies. It was a collision of planets. The sky had turned black, the ground glowed beneath their feet, trying, perhaps, to hide its pain beneath rivers of lava. But on the far end of the battlefield, Menetius rose. His body was covered in fractures of flame. He no longer spoke, but screamed in a language unknown to the living, a tongue only the underworld could understand. He raised his arms. A vortex of fire and smoke swirled above him, and then he struck. It wasn't a blow aimed at flesh, it was hurled at fate itself. It slammed into Hades. He blocked it, but the impact forced him to a knee. He rose. The ground beneath him cried out, but Hades was not the type to answer violence with equal violence. He answered with nightmares. He reached down,
fingers driving into the scorched earth. As if a boulder had been waiting for his call, the air shifted, the sky dimmed. Time seemed to halt, as if asking, "What is happening?" The ground split open. Black ash spilled forth. Then a shoulder, a chest, and a single eye, sightless but terrifying. Gigantes, gigantes, the dead. The 100-handed one who had fallen when the first lightning shattered the world had returned. No voice, but his return thundered louder than any scream. The giants gasped. Atlas's soldiers shrieked as if they had seen death take form. But this was not the gigantes they remembered. He had not just 100 hands, but 100 flames. His face was like a shattered statue, his chest an open furnace from which the smoke of the dead poured. He growled. And Hades? He did not smile. He simply pointed. Gigantes advanced, stomped the earth. A tunnel of fire burst toward Menoetius. He charged, like an entire grave charging to collect its vengeance. Menoetius stepped back. But Gigantes didn't speak. He struck. The first blow hurled Minucius like a rootless boulder. The second broke his balance. The third embedded a flame that would never be extinguished. His blood wasn't blood, but shadows vaporizing. Minucius fell, not dead, but the earth itself rejected his standing. Soldiers gasped, giants roared, and Hades? He let out a dry, cruel laugh, then said, "I do not summon the dead. I summon what must never be forgotten." And for a moment, Cronus's front line fell silent, not because the ground had collapsed, but because memory had risen from its grave. The absence of Gigantes had never been death. It had always been waiting, waiting for the right moment to return. And in that instant, the earth understood. Hell was never made only for punishment. It was made for vengeance. Chapter 111. The Fall of Crius, a Wave That Does Not Return. When a pillar of the sea collapses, the depths themselves tremble. On land, rage burned in hellfire. In the sky, lightning ripped through the chest of time. But now, it was the sea's turn to scream. Crius was no mere warrior. He was a rib of the ocean itself, one of those who had shaped awe when the earth had no face. He stepped forward, his eyes glowing like twin blades of furious water, and then he roared. The sea split at his voice, not gently, not like parting waves, but like flesh torn by prophecy. His first strike came fast, a spiraling storm of currents, not water but spinning blades. They rushed toward Poseidon to shred him to foam. But the god of the sea did not scream. He raised his trident and drove it deep into the heart of the ocean. A surge of opposing force erupted. Countercurrents slammed the assault back. A slap of divine contempt hurled straight into the sea's chest. Crius did not falter. He growled, leapt above the waves, his hand lifted high, pulling the weight of the ocean's depths into his grip. He forged water and fire into one blazing orb, then hurled it. It exploded across Poseidon's shield. The ocean shook, but Poseidon stood still, and then he roared, a cry not born from lungs, but from the throats of the drowned, from the ribs of the tides, from a seabed forgotten by time. He charged. The next strike wasn't a storm. It was a blade, a towering sword of wave, compressed to the size of a continent. Poseidon raised his hand, and the sea became his weapon. The waves behind him bent, no, bowed, as if kneeling in allegiance. Then, the trident clapped the air. It didn't fall, it unleashed. A spiral of water sharpened into a spinning blade of wrath, encircling, coiling, and crashing down.
The blade collided with Creus, with all his might, with all his hatred, and for the first time, the sea heard the cry of something that believed it could never be broken. Water exploded like a heart pierced. Creus's colossal form cracked, as if he were a statue of stone, glazed in pride, shattered from within.
But it wasn't just Creus who fell. Waves that had never bowed collapsed. The front lines of the ocean trembled. Soldiers screamed. Some swore they saw the sea weep. Or perhaps it bled? Iapetus roared, a bellow from deep inside, flinging fury in every direction, rushing to avenge. But Poseidon blocked his path. Trident in hand, he walked across the waves and said, "You will follow him." The eagles screamed overhead. The Titan legions hesitated. The sea was no longer what it had been. In that moment, the ocean knew it had lost a rib. Its waters saltier now, not from tide, but from grief. And so Creus fell. But he did not vanish. His fall echoed in every droplet, seeping into the deep. And from that day on, the sea became sadder and angrier. Chapter 112. The Final Moment, the Great Strikes. When the sky groans beneath the weight of a scream, the clash of bodies was over, but true hell waited in the final blows. Cronus stepped back 2 paces, then smiled. Not the smile of victory, but the grin of a wolf who hears his prey breathe for the last time. He raised the sickle, and with his other hand reached toward what cannot be seen. Suddenly, time stopped. The entire sky froze. Even the thunderclouds caught their breath mid-scream. Cronus spoke, voice cold enough to stir graves. "I thought I'd merely tear you apart, but now I'll shred every last traitor and make you wish you had stayed forever inside her womb." Then he roared, "Time, rip open!" And the void answered. Light fractured. Soldiers were scattered across the heavens like shattered teeth from a broken jaw. Each warrior in Zeus's army, as if memory was ripped from their souls, as if silence crushed their will before it could cry. Even the galaxies began to bend, as if the cosmos itself lacked the gravity to hold its own shape. Zeus did not move, but his body began to glow. Flare rose from his crown, from his eyes, cracks of lightning, from each fingertip, lightning bled. Cronos laughed. "What now?" he sneered. "Will you write me a poem to make the sky weep? Will you preach that thunder can slay time? You're a flicker, and I am the night that never ends." Zeus looked up as if he could hear the death of everything, and still not flinch. He spoke. "Do you think lightning was born to frighten? It was born to finish. And I am the end of what you began." Then he raised his blade. But it was no blade. It was a mass of living lightning, pulsing, roaring, waiting. He charged, and every atom gasped. The strike was not a strike. It was a thought dropped from beyond eternity, from above, from a place untouched even by prayer. It didn't simply hit Cronos. It tore through the ceiling time had built to protect itself from such an end. Everything exploded. Space itself burned. The sky turned into a howl with no explanation, and the light blinded all. The throne could no longer be seen, but it was there, waiting to learn one thing. Had time fallen, or had lightning been 1 second too late? Chapter 113. Ends of Hell, when the earth swallowed the Titan banner. Justice does not triumph until the commander is torn apart. Menoetius lay motionless, silent, as if his body had suddenly remembered
it was made of weakness. But Atlas did not fall. He ignited. As though his brother hadn't merely lost, but had been butchered before his very eyes. Each strike he hurled now was a scream turned into impact. He lifted boulders, he shook the mountains. Then he leapt, and his blow wasn't a blow, but the last breath of every Titan. Thrown forward through one furious arm, he charged at the three giants, Briareus, Cottus, and Gyges, the one who had returned from a death too dark to be told. But the three did not step back. Cottus caught the first strike, Briareus sliced the air with a chain of flame, and Gyges lifted his entire bulk and brought down his 100th fist upon Atlas, a blow that reminded the mountain itself it was never eternal. Atlas fell, but rose again, his face no longer a face but cracks in burning stone. Then came Hades, no longer death itself, but the god who now forged resurrection. He walked forward, and even his steps carried a curse. He raised his hand, and 3 fires fell from the sky. "This is no strike," he said. "This is judgment." Then he summoned every drop of his hell. Not lightning, not fire, not spear, but a shard of the underworld itself. And he struck Atlas with it. The earth exploded beneath them. The mountains screamed. The air turned too thick to breathe. Even the soldiers retreated as if the blow no longer cared who was enemy and who was ally. Atlas fell. Atlas, who once carried the sky, could no longer carry even his own weight. The banner of justice fell, and with it fell the pride of the Titans. Their armies withdrew. Menatius lay unconscious. Atlas defeated. The 3 Hecatoncheires stood around Hades like witnesses to the closing chapter of a curse written into the bones of the world. And Hades spoke, his voice sounding as if hell itself had grown a mouth. "This land is ours now, and should anyone dare return, let him run without a body." And so, the battle for the earth ended, not with the fall of swords, but with the fall of those who thought they would never fall. Chapter 114. The Triumph of the Depths, the Sea's Final Chapter. When the wave submitted and swallowed its final name, in the sky, Cronus screamed, as if he could already feel the outcome before the sound reached his throne. On land, Atlas was choking beneath a blow that defied name. But here, in the belly of the ocean, the last flicker of the dream still stood. Iapetus. He looked around him. Creus had fallen. The soldiers were retreating. The vulture legions circled above, like curses cast from ancient tongues. And Poseidon, still as stone. He didn't move, but the sea beneath him was shifting, becoming something feral. Iapetus did not hesitate. He struck his chest, and rings of darkness burst outward like the ripples of a poisoned memory. Then he howled, a cry that tore into the waves themselves. "Cronus's banner will not fall twice!" And he charged. His body oozed venom from the abyss. His arm swung like a hammer forged in storms. His eyes, twin arches soaked in curses. His voice, heard only by those who carry a hatred old as wounds. He struck Poseidon once, twice, a third, and the ocean itself trembled. But Poseidon did not break. They clashed, a wave against a wave, venom clashing with cursed water. But Poseidon wasn't merely fighting. He was the sea. He stepped back, then opened his arms and whispered without sound, "Rise. The one I vowed would return only when the Titan is broken."
The ocean split behind him. From its core emerged a creature, a serpent made of whirlwinds, with death in its gaze and silence in its breath. It did not roar, it devoured silence instead. And Poseidon released it. The beast didn't hunt, it knew. It lunged for Iapetus, coiled around him, tightened, until the crack was not of bones but of the sea itself screaming. Iapetus struggled, but this monster didn't battle. It ended. One last strike. From the creature's jaws. It closed over head and chest, then flung the body into the deep like a lie cast into the mouth of truth, and he fell like a stone, forgotten by time. He did not move. The sea went still. Blood curled on the surface like a thread, searching for a grave. Poseidon walked atop the water, approached, raised his trident, and drove it into the ocean's heart. And he spoke in a voice only heard by those who had survived war. The sea is ours now, and it shall never belong to another, unless they're willing to float upon death. The vultures screamed in flight. The enemy withdrew, and the sky above the ocean closed its eyes. That day, it wasn't Poseidon alone who won. It was the depths, the very soul of the sea, that claimed victory.
Chapter 115. From War of the Titans, the clash of weapons and the fall of time, the fall of Cronus, the sky's final curtain, when time collapses at the hand of lightning. And yet, Cronus had not fallen. Though the sky burned, though lightning tore through every veil of eternity, though time itself screamed from its spine, he stood, not as a victor, not as the vanquished, but as something ancient, too old to know how to die. Blood leaked from his mouth, the sickle trembled in his grip, and his gaze? It did not meet Zeus. It looked up, at the sky itself, as though it had betrayed him. He stepped back twice, and in his eyes, a smile, not of triumph but of revelation, that the next strike would not shatter bone or steel, but existence. And so, the final chapter began. There was no sky anymore, only a scream. Cronus marched forward, dragging behind him the shredded remains of pride, clutching the sickle like it were the dagger of eternity itself. He raised his arm and roared, "I am the one who severed my father's manhood. I hung time by its own loins, and now this rodent, birthed from a traitor's womb, dares call himself a god?" He turned, and the cosmos turned with him. He lifted the sickle high, not to slice through heaven, but to tear open mythology itself. But Zeus was nowhere, because he was everywhere. Every flash, every crack, every flicker of lightning was him. And then he appeared, not alone. From behind him a creature emerged, a dragon of lightning. It had no wings but rifts of blinding radiance. It breathed no fire but peeled open the mouths of time. All went silent. Even time withdrew. Even the planets held their breath. Zeus spoke, but the voice that came out was not one god's, but the chorus of thousands. "You forged time to devour us. Now I forge the end, to devour you." Cronus laughed, and his laugh made the sky weep dust. "Do it then, son of the betrayer, but remember, I fathered your curse." And then they screamed. Together, the sickle descended from the heavens. The lightning dragon rose from the abyss. Two sounds that only meet at the end of creation. Two lights that leave nothing visible but naked truth. The sickle shattered, time fractured, as if one moment alone chose to annihilate all that came before. Kronos fell, not like a god, but like a rotten handful of past.
His body crashed through the clouds, splitting them, collided with light, and dimmed it. The echo of his fall was heard across the sea, across the earth, and in every womb that ever dreamt of birthing a god. And Zeus now stood above him, lightning spear in hand, eyes staring into a future too final to be written. He said, "The throne returns to the sky, and filth is buried beneath the bones of time." Then he drove his thunder into the ground, and the sky gasped for the last time. This was the fall of Cronus, but the world had not yet risen.
Chapter 116. From War of the Titans. The clash of weapons and the fall of time. The prisoners, the road to Tartarus. When the fire of kings is extinguished in their eyes, the war had ended, but the earth did not rest. Ash still drifted in the air. The wind still carried the scent of tyranny burnt to its core, and the mountains still groaned under the weight of screams never buried. Above, no sword remained raised, no thunder roared. Only 3 halos walked the wind: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, the war's victors. But none of them smiled, because what marched ahead of them was not merely an army, but a fallen history. Cronus led the line, his hands bound, his neck dragged by a chain forged from ancient fire, his eyes extinguished, as though time itself had closed within them forever. Behind him, Iapetus walked with a broken neck, as if the entire cosmos pressed down upon his spine. Not because of the heavens, but because of shame. Creus, Menetius, each wore the mark of the blow that broke them. Yet not all were destined for Tartarus. Atlas was not imprisoned, because Zeus had chosen for him a torment that no gate could contain. Prison was not enough. High upon a distant cliff, at the far edge of war, Atlas was taken, not in chains of iron, but bound by an unbreakable decree. There, where there is no shadow, no solace, he stood, forced to bear the weight of something eternal. The sky bent down and pressed its full dome upon his shoulders. As Hades passed him, he whispered, "You are not worthy of the dark. You shall face the light and carry it as a crime that never ends." And so, on that lonely mountain, Atlas bore the sky. No sleep, no fall, no death, only the endless burden, a living monument to defeat. Because some failures are not buried, but displayed like towers upon the land, so all remember, he who dares raise his sword against the throne may be cursed to carry the heavens forever. The rest? They walked in silence. Their chains sang the anthem of an ending. Their eyes, dimmed, blind not to the road but bent before it. No one spoke. Because defeat explains itself. Poseidon stepped forward. He struck his trident into the earth. The stone cracked open and revealed the path to Tartarus.
The Hecaton Kairos, Rearius, Cottus, stood at the gate, not merely as guards, but as judges, with silence that shattered will. Cronus looked into the abyss. He saw no flaw, only endless dark. Then muttered, half spitting, "Everything I built, gone? All of it? For what? You sons of a traitor, this is no victory. This is diseased revenge." Zeus approached, stared into his father's face, and said only, "When you begin your time with blood, don't blame the world if it ends with fire." The wind slapped him. Cronus was pushed in. Iapetus shouted, "You cannot cage time.
We will return. Briareus seized his throat and replied, Who said you were time? You are a poisonous memory. One by one they were cast in, not walking, but driven, as though they had never been kings. The gate shut, and the sound of chains became the final hymn of a war where only shadow remained. Then, silence. Yet from the depths a whisper rose, like the final ink stroke on the world's last page. No new time shall be born until the old one truly ends. And so ended the war of the Titans. The throne returned to the sky, the sea fell still, and the earth finally exhaled after 1,000 gasps. As for those who survived, they would never live the same, because war never leaves anyone unchanged. Here, this chapter ends. Of course, here's the English adaptation of the epilogue and closing lines from Thus we reach the end of Part 2 in the epic of the Titan War, the clash of weapons and the fall of time. Epilogue, when the throne aches for a ruler, and the sky prepares for the next slaughter. Has the war ended? Perhaps, but no one walks out of hell unscathed, and no one ascends a throne without carrying a pit of screams in their chest. Above, silence reigned, but it wasn't peace. It was the kind of stillness that feels like the gods themselves, realizing every victory is just a postponed defeat. Zeus said nothing. Poseidon wiped the blood from his spear without flinching, and Hades no longer looked at the earth, but beneath it, 3 brothers, 3 faces, and each carried a wound the others could never understand, not because they won, but because they were no longer the same. Zeus walked across the ash of the sky and declared, The throne is not made for 3, and eternity refuses to be shared. Poseidon replied, brushing remnants of fury from his weapon, If it's the throne you want, then fight for it. As for me, I'll drown anyone who still thinks the sea is a blessing. Then Hades laughed, not like the living do, but like something that never quite made it out of death. He said, The sky? Take it. I found my kingdom isn't built on land, but beneath regret. And so, the seeds of division were sown, cracks in loyalty, sparks beneath the smile, and in each of them, a world they longed to rule alone. On the horizon, no more battles loomed, only something worse, expectation. The earth was holding its breath, the sea fell quiet before the flood. And the sky, it held in one long exhale, as if preparing to scream a war even greater. But that wasn't all. High above, on a mountain the gods hadn't named yet, Gaia stood. She didn't applaud, she didn't weep. She whispered, a sound that resembled defeat more than prophecy. You thought you buried the Titans. You merely stirred the curse. Then she vanished, as if she had never been there at all. And for the first time since creation's birth, the 3 brothers looked at one another, not as songs of a revolution, but as kings, each seeing the other as a threat. And so begins a new chapter, the age of division, a division where no one will settle for less, where no weakness will be forgiven, and where no god will accept sharing the sky whole. Will the cosmos split apart, or will blood itself be torn again? No one knows, but the wind that passed over the corpses of the Titans seemed to whisper one truth. He who wins today will be killed tomorrow if he believes that victory is the end. This chapter of the epic has come to an end, but remember, what you've just heard is not a record of facts, but the echo of a myth. A story born from the imagination of the ancients, etched into the long memory of humankind. If this tale stirred something in you, if it opened a door to reflection or wonder, don't forget to support the channel and share the journey with those you love. And in the comments, tell us which moment in this chapter struck you the most and why. We'll meet again in the next chapter of this audio odyssey through time. Until then, farewell.